Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome.
Oops.
This is Foxhole Fridays, and I am happy to be here with you all. Also muting my cast here so I don't hear them twice. Welcome. And also making sure, yeah, no, I'm good. Hi, it is I, troopersjp, and this is the Foxhole Fridays, and you are here with us for episode 5 of The Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. This is season 5, episode 5. Our tagonists, I call them tagonists because we don't know if they're pro or anti. They're just ambi-tagonists. And we are going to, we're here. And I am honored to have you all here in the audience with us. I would like to say, first, the opening bits. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here either whether you are live or on Memorex. And if either one of those two things are delicious. Those of you on YouTube, thank you for being here. Thank you for making comments, for liking, subscribing. Hey, if I get a number of subscriptions, maybe I get to be a YouTube partner person, which I currently am not, but I have the watch hours. Thanks to you all watching. Thank you. And you can also help us by being here. Thank you. We do this for you, and we do this around you and with you, and you all help come up with titles for the for the episodes. And without that, I don't know what I would do. So thank you. Also, you instigate. Also much appreciated. You can also, if you like, retweet or reskeet that we are live to let other people come in and see the show. You can,
Thank you for reminding
gosh, you can also give us tips or bits. And if you do, and you leave a message, I'll read that out at the end. You can be join our Patreon. We have a Patreon, which is over at Academic Foxhole, and that goes to help pay for the cast because I traumatize them every week, and they do need to have therapy for the things I do to them, and so this helps offset those therapy costs for being a terribly cruel GM. And then you can also buy our merch. We've got a merch store over at Fourth Wall, and that is actually pretty cool. We've got neat stuff. You can get stuff on your own. You can also, while we are live, you can put out a giveaway so you can give merch to somebody else. We've got new merch coming up once I get all of my grading done and can sit down and finalize it. But that, I think, is all of our pre-stuff. So without further ado, there's one thing I forgot. Hold on. Okay, now I'm ready. I would like to have each one of the cast introduce who they are, who they're playing, and I had a philosophical thought for you all. So it's been season 5, and over the course of this seasons, various themes have emerged sort of organically from all the things that we've been doing, and some of them are actually Cord's fault because he started it all. If it weren't for him, many of this stuff would not have been happening. I blame him for everything. When he started and he said, I want to be a clone, and I said, okay, and then it all began. So all of this is mostly his fault. But, well, good, take it. But one of the things that sort of really emerged from this from the ways in which we've all ended up engaging with things is the notion of memory. And I was just talking to Ari about this earlier. But in this game, we've dealt with things like muscle memory. What does it mean to have a body that has muscle memory that you do not remember, that you yourself did not do? We also are dealing with things like ancestral memories from people beyond, or memories from a clone that you once knew, or also physical memories, the memories of things, how your body remembers trauma or not. Gosh, so many different sorts of memories, just memories that you've had of yourself, memories you have of other people's memories. Like people have all sorts of memories, and they are in all sorts of different ways dreams, memories that are longer and shorter, memories lost, memories gained. Oh, people have their memories suppressed, erased. There's a lot going on with memory. So what I thought I'd like to do is have you introduce who you are, who you're playing, and then say something about like your character's relationship to a mode of memory, like where are they at with some mode of memory. And I mean that in the broadest sense. And I think I'd like to start with Ari, because Ari's name starts with an A, and because we had this conversation a little bit earlier today, which is what inspired me. Oh, we can't hear you. And I just realized I didn't do one thing. Go
Can
ahead.
you hear me now?
Yes.
Good news, everyone. Sometimes I hit my button and I miss it, is the short answer. I'm going to find a better way to phrase that. Hi, I'm Ari_Ventures. It is
That's a
good
perfect
to
way to
be
phrase it.
here on Friday. Thank you. Thank you, Cord. Appreciate that.
Mhm.
I
appreciate
play.
it.
You appreciate it? That's not making it better. I play Terrica. They are, if you met them, they would not talk about their ability to pilot, and they wouldn't talk about their lineage. But they are, they have things in both of those areas. When it comes to muscle
I'm sorry. Point of
memory,
order. I need to interrupt you. I'm
oh
so
no.
sorry that I have to interrupt you, but it's just that you just said something that is not what you normally say. You've been saying this new thing for like the last 2 sessions or so. I feel like I need to highlight it because it feels like it's significant. Normally, when you do this, you say, Terrica, what Terrica would tell you, they would not tell you that they're a noble, but they would tell you that they're a pilot. You have stopped saying that. You are now saying that they wouldn't say that they're a noble or a pilot. That seems different. I wonder if you might address that.
Uh, Wait, I don't think I see the difference because they wouldn't tell you. I thought they were saying they wouldn't tell you that either way. What
Well, no,
difference
before you
am
would
I
mention
missing?
that they would mention that they were a pilot, but now that part of their very core identity seems to be also not being brought up very often. What's up with that?
Oh yeah, no, that stopped after we
Uh-huh.
got to
Yeah.
Drinax after
Yeah, I
there was a
noticed.
failed piloting
Yeah.
role going into
Yeah.
Drinax. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Um
noticed.
yeah,
Just what
so
of
they
it.
don't this is true. This is very true. They took some drugs, the only drugs they've ever taken in their life, and
They
it
were great drugs.
definitely they were so good. The drugs were so good, you guys. So good.
Was it worth
And
it
also
though?
really
Does that
bad.
make it good
No.
drugs?
No.
No, I
It
don't think
was
so.
2 months of really bad consequences. It was very bad. But there was some fallout
It's like
of
real
that.
drugs, kids.
Just like real drugs.
That's right.
All you need is to take it
One
once.
time, and it's the
One time.
worst forever.
And then you
but
have
for 2
psionic
months.
powers,
Yeah.
and then everything goes bad. Don't do it.
And
Yeah.
stay in school.
Oh, also they lost a psionic point because of those drugs. Like those drugs were real bad. Anyway. So yeah, so they they don't talk about being noble. They don't talk about being a pilot. They're simply just Terrica right now.
Hmm.
Just Terrica. Wait, what was the question?
Memory.
Oh, memory. That's right. So, one of the things that that happened when Terrica jumped into their new clone body. I'm just going to talk about this piece. One of the things that happened when they jumped into their new clone body, there were a couple of different changes that we've seen for Terrica across this, right? We've seen them now have a warlord voice. They've stopped stuttering and stammering as often. There's a lot of different things. They have only thrown up because of space sickness and because of killing like the 21 robots, right? There's a lot of things that have changed for Terrica since coming into this body. And not all of it, but part of it boils down to the fact that they lived a very long time with Lady Hill, who was always very smiley and very still and very quiet while saying and doing very awful things, right? Like everything was the threats were always under the surface. So Terrica learned to be very aware of threats, and their body learned to send a lot of adrenaline um, almost all the time. But jumping into this new clone body, they didn't have that muscle memory of sending the adrenaline when they get scared. So I think it's been interesting to kind of play with the consequences of no longer being terrified all the time.
Mm. What a great answer. I feel like the next person that I should throw to would be Cord. Cord, whose character also has swapped bodies. Cord, who are you? Who are you playing? And then tell us something about your character's relationship to memory of some sort.
Hello, everyone. I am Cord, also known as Mythomatic. I am playing Baron Severance, Captain, Admiral, not Captain, excuse me, Admiral Corsair, Captain, Admiral, Baron. I don't know, he's got a lot of titles. He is not a fighter. He is also not much of anything except really a fake it till you make it kind of person. And he has made it this far by just convincing people, which has been pretty sweet. He's also a part. He's also a like a renegade clone, where body swapping happened, and that sort of we've realized and have started to discover that there is more to just him being like this renegade clone. There is more plot and reason to that being the case. But there is a lot of holes in Severance's memory. It's recently been filled, but for a lot of his life, there's been a lot of deja vu in different places. But when it comes to, but also like, there's a chunk of his life, his adult life, where he has forgotten. There has been memory wipes for him to keep him safe, but I don't think he recognized that. Of course, when it happened, he didn't recognize that, and then when recovering from it, he didn't quite understand it either. He is just a part of. He has a very. He has a very complicated relationship with memory, because like he has had these deja vu ancestral memories growing up in Drinax, having this like these strands of DNA that hold memory, but that also are the building blocks of who he is, but doesn't quite understand them. It's almost like ancient pyramids of his DNA, or where like how were these built? What happened here? They're really cool. They're really old. They're a part of society and civilization, and they're a wonder. But we're not quite sure why or how they're here. That was a lot of what his memories were. Like that's the relationship of his memory, or like his deja vu and his upbringing to uh, like his current timeline, right? That makes it sound like where you're jumping dimensions, but in his current like state. So yeah, it's just it like I guess with I'm gonna keep just blabbering, but I think it's just really it's a complicated relationship that he has with memory. He's had it wiped. He's never really there. He holds on to things that are his and his own memory. He admires his own memories and his own good memories much stronger than he would with these ancestral ones. So
Yeah, I think that's really good. So let's go over to one of those people who, well, really, the person who was wiping his mind regularly because he asked, although he did forget because that part was wiped, but then he would remember and then he would ask to have it wiped again. Rocket Fox, Rocket, who are you? Who are you? Who are you playing? And could you tell me something about uh, the Harlock's relationship to memory in kind of this interesting way? Go ahead, give it to me.
Yeah, so hello, I am Rockhead Fox, your second favorite person, and I am playing the Harlock, who is able to read everyone's minds, whether she wants to or not, which, as to get into the question, I think is a lot of her relationship with memory, just in that she is able to connect to everyone else's so well. And does not experience memory a little bit differently than others do anyway, just because it's kind of an always present sort of situation that they are experiencing all the time. Um, so I think a lot really has to do with perhaps what is actually her own memory versus what is some of the memories that she's reading from those around her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Makes identity kind of difficult, yeah?
I mean, when everyone is kind of a hive mind by design, yeah.
Yeah. You know, on the what's really exciting though is that not all Zodani are psionic. There's all of those people who are called proles who are not psionic, and they are also technically not citizens. But they do a lot of work, and everybody reads their minds all the time to make sure they're not, you know, that they don't need re-education.
Yeah, that's one of the things that is a real experience that the Harlock may not have been a huge fan of.
Well, but I mean, as a noble, you wouldn't have to worry about that for you. That's just the proles who get their minds read regularly all the time by the secret police just to make sure they don't, that, you know, that they don't need, they're not unwell.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
It's
cool.
part of the culture. It's just
Yeah.
something that everyone deals with.
Yeah.
So,
But your society doesn't have a lot of crime.
oh, there's no crime. There's no crime to speak of.
No, because, I mean, every once in a while there are sort of crimes, but those are usually sort of instigated by outsiders or whatever. Because everybody's happy and doing well.
Yeah, yeah. No, everyone sure is. Again, reasons that she may have been wanting to get get further out and away for sure.
Weird. Huh. Oh, all
Yeah.
right. Strange. Um, I have presents for you later. Not this episode, but later. So speaking of, you know, having to deal with responsibility and being a noble, gosh, I feel like let me think. The last two we have are not at all nobles. Wait, no. As it turns out that Greg, I believe your character is now provisionally a noble. So Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And can you tell us something about your character's relationship with memory?
Sure. Hey, my name's Greg, Warp Reactor over on YouTube. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey here. Again, best night of the week on Fridays to be able to sit down with the academic foxhole community and play some Traveler with all of my buddies. I was thinking about this one. What does Val associate with memory? And then you also mentioned dreams in there, and that's what kind of
Mm-hmm.
pinged for me for Val. And I
Mm-hmm.
think Val is definitely a creature of two worlds in so many respects. So I think that with Val, the number one thing here is it's positionally, especially with dreams, he would often wake up, go to sleep, whether it be in the middle of the night or in the morning, and not really know where or who he is when he wakes up.
Mm.
But it's not necessarily, an identity thing. It is a almost like a time thing.
Mm-hmm.
He'll feel the linoleum or the hardwood of his kitchen back on a seam with bare feet, and then he has to put on his very fine shoes to go to work, or he has to put on his suit to go do his doctor shit, and none of that seems right. So he seems and is always kind of uncomfortable, unless he is giving into some of his more heated instincts, and then he feels right at home.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Speaking of people who feel right at home, I feel like we should bring in Lindy. Lindy, who are you? Who are you playing? A character who clearly is just so at home and has probably had a great home all their lives. And what their relationship to memory, sort of thought a bit more philosophically, might be.
Hi, I'm Lindy. Laugh, love, Lindy. Pardon any coughing I have this evening. I'm Lynn, my husband. um, yeah, Quint. I will be playing Quint Vesper, the former Soleimani spy, Solsec spy, and Cirque du Soleimani performer, and Imperial Scout. Quint's had a lot of hats. Quint has worn many hats, which makes memory interesting. Quint doesn't have a lot of great just memories. There was a really short period of time that was fun. That's about it. But what Quint does had is a shit ton of training and a lot of different things. So Quint actually has a lot of muscle memory for things. including even this robot arm now. Quint has gotten used. I mean, Quint's had it for 4 years or so. That's enough time to get used to a thing. Although it's still a little strange because the training and things that Quint has done with this robot arm have been more along the lines of scout stuff and maybe some murder here and there. Trained to use that for that. But now, recently, Quint's been able to get back into some circ type activities with the arm, which the mental like muscle memory is a lot of, it's more nerves than muscles, really. Muscles are there too, but it's a lot of nerve, like brain says do this and the muscles like, yeah, cool, we've done this. So it's, I imagine that the transition is interesting, having a metal arm instead of, I mean, it's high tech, it's good, it's really good, but it's a little different. And again, lots of training in different things. Muscle memory for murder, muscle memory for performance, muscle memory for, some flying stuffs and filling out paperwork, muscle memory for survival, dodging fights on the street and stuff. Lots of gunner muscle memory from time in the Navy. Yeah, a lot of hats means a lot of different random skills.
And your character is so physical, right? That they're
very physical. Yeah.
Their relationships, their body, they work out. They make sure never to put anything bad in their body,
except for
like
Tablasto, because that's no drugs. Only Tablasto's the worst thing that goes into this.
But okay, but you're implying that maybe Tablasto's not great. I mean, we should all blast off with Tablasto, the best.
That's
Tablasto
what Tablasto says.
That is what they say.
That is not what the nutritional facts say.
That you can
use
use Tablasto
on the label. I mean,
but did you know that you can sometimes use it to start a fire, like as a lighter fluid?
Yeah. No. There's many uses for Tablasto. Hence, certain systems require certain warning labels to be applied to it before import.
Sure.
So that's the worst thing that goes into Quint is Tablasto.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. And so with that, I will take on over to say, when last we left our heroes, our antagonists, we were on Drinax. It was the first night. The gambler has only been here for one night. It's been a very intense one night. It is. But it is the end of the night. It's quite late, but they have been on this planet, on the floating palace. In this one day, as they've arrived, the Harlock and Severance, who'd been here for quite some time doing diplomatic work and getting things prepared, were on their way to meet them. However, Terrica's mother, Lady Hill, got there first. And Lady Hill, unfortunately, was shot by an assassin that Terrica knew was going to be there and knew might want to kill Lady Hill and or Terrica and or Lord Hill. And Terrica attacked their mother, believing that their mother had arranged to get their ship attacked and all of their crew either killed or enslaved. Lady Hill said, well, wasn't me. That was actually Val, causing a bit of trouble in that moment. And Terrica went off to teleported into Lady Hill's office to get evidence and found evidence of, just found their father dead, murdered also, but did find the documents of surveillance that showed that Lady Hill had been surveilling Val, and Val was sketchy AF, having secret meetings with who knows whom, at least one Aslan, who, are the enemy, and once this person, Rudolph Rucker, and also that bank accounts under Val's name were used to pay off Aslan, who then attacked the ship, and also to bring some thug-type people here to this station just a week ago, under the disguise of being bringing in produce. So that looks really bad for Val. We also had Val's father, Rudolph Rucker, show up and be like, I want to talk with you. We've got plans. We've got Terrica plans. Let's do those plans. Not great. In the process of all of this, Val wasn't doing well. Val was about to try to get himself free of Ruby's influence, which would, if Ruby had his way, would probably destroy Terrica and also Val. But Terrica saved him. But the way that they did so was by channeling energy from Drinax itself into Sue, the AI, to make Sue corporeal enough to be a decoy. And the rest of the crew came back together. They learned many things, including that Lord Rax, the head of the Star Guard, has shown up and was like, "Hey, we've got all this. We've got stuff. Like there was a murder. I've got to investigate it. What's going on? Also, you've got your wedding tomorrow." And Terrica's like, "What? Wedding? Whoa, awkward." But they learned right about how upset all of Drinax is with the death of Lord and Lady Hill. They learned about the marriage that Terrica had upcoming tomorrow night with Duke Hendricks, an Imperial subsector Duke from way out by Terric, very far away, who's here and ready for that wedding, who apparently had also snuck into the Hill's quarters to try to steal this one mask. After some, discussion with the Admiral between them and, some sort of general politics, we also then got the visit of Duke Hendricks. Duke Hendricks, by the way, who knows Quint. Well, those the quintessential Viridian. They might have been friends. And it was explained that Terrica cannot marry the Duke because they are already married to Val, which means that Val is a noble now. And Val, I don't think, likes that, but that is how it is. And Val's expected to do all of his noble duties for Drinax, which I'm sure will be great. Yep, And the Harlock was invited to a dinner with the prince, who was like, "I don't like you. I don't like this mission. I think it's all bad, and I think what we really need to do is do something very different. And I just want to let you know I'm never marrying you, because I'm not going to marry a warlord, and I'm not going to marry... Nope, we have to do a different thing." And the Harlock was like, wait. Maybe I'm totally on your side, too. You don't know. I'm like, just don't count me out. I might be, totally down with your idea. Just tell me more about what it was. And then, just give me some of the details of your idea that I'm super on your side. And I'm no way fishing for information. That was what the Harlock did. But the Harlock now has discovered that there might be some tension in the court between the princess, who is the heir apparent, who is also 20, 30 years younger than the prince, and the prince, who was in a coma for the last 20 years and has just woken up recently and is like, ooh. So there's some politics happening that the Harlock has walked into. And as we left off last time, it was the end of the night. Everybody was ready to turn in and have a nice day in the morning. Everything should be fine. Except they've been having the base computer doing all of their computer stuff that usually Sue does. And Terrica was like, "Hey, Sue, where's Sue?" And the computer's like, "Oh, that persona is not installed right now." And as Terrica is walking up and the whole crew sees Terrica kind of freak out, teleport away, Terrica teleports to the balcony, which is the suite where Ruby is, and we see in this dim living room that has a sunken floor, nice couches, white carpet. It's very nice. We see that Ruby, shirtless, is sort of smoking a cigar, watching who he believes to be Val, who he has handcuffed to a pipe and has beaten quite badly. And there are then, but nowhere that would be visible if you were wearing a shirt, and that his 2 thugs that he had smuggled in are also there armed. And so we have Terrica on this balcony seeing this scene, and we have back on the ship the crew having seen Terrica port out after realizing that Sue is not there. And so I'm going to open up the curtains and see our players on the stage, but not at the balcony, but at the Gambler. So we are on the Gambler. We are at the place where the, pardon me, where, let me see. Let me just going to take us to that map. Hello, Gambler. Where are you? Where are you hanging out? So we're here at the Gambler, right there. And we have, let's see, Quint is right there because Quint was walking up with Terrica. We have...
We're just coming out of me and Wesley's room.
Yeah, and I don't know why you're looking like that. Don't be weird. And the rest of our crew, Terrica is not here right now. The Harlock and Severance were in the galley, so they could see that happening. And Val had come out of his room.
Are the players on that map?
Yes.
We are not yet.
And then, well, Quint's there. That's right there.
In the roll 20.
The players,
We can't see
not
it.
the characters. Yes.
We are in the
We are on
station.
Drinax, the floating
Oh,
palace.
oh,
of
I see
Drinax.
you. I see you. Thank you so much. You have, that makes sense. I was like, but no, you're there. No. There you go. Whoop.
No, our tokens are.
There we
We're
go.
not.
Yeah. I was like, but your tokens are totally there. And then I
you.
need
No,
Val.
the players.
I got you. Right. And then we have Val, who is also here. Also, this map is just a little off center. I don't like that. Anyhow, so you all have seen this. Wesley, for his part, is down in the engineering room trying to avoid 3 small children who are going to be sent away tomorrow. For reals, though. Yeah, that's,
Should've been today.
unfortunately. Evan, because he'd actually cleared all of the food, is back in his room. He had been talking to the Harlock much earlier. And those are the only other 2 crew members you have right now at the moment. And so, Terrica disappears. What all do you do?
Again?
Where did they go? Again? Oh boy, we should start plotting a course towards the next some sort of lab. Where's the closest lab?
You were the one who knew last
cloning
time.
facility or what? Oh yes.
Oh yeah, Val screamed, "No!"
Yeah, sorry, that's really important. Val was like, no! There was a big panicked, stressed out yell. And this is where we're at. We come back to the yell.
Val's quiet, just staring at the space that formerly occupied Terrica.
What's going on? What's happening? Val.
Where are they?
I don't know.
As soon as Severance says that, he pivots to the Harlock, pivots to Quint. Where are they? Just back and forth, trying to get
They
confirmation.
just teleported. They did not say to where they were going.
Then his full attention would turn to the Harlock. Can you find them?
Who's on 4? Oh, did we lose the Harlock?
Seems like it.
Harlock is having computer troubles.
Yes. Oh no, the Harlock is having some computer trouble at the moment. Can you find them? Is asked to the Harlock in this moment of crisis. The Harlock, who has some of the most experience with psionics, some of the most skill, with psionics, who out of all of them might be the best one to find where they are, if they are still on this planet. But with that question, let us just find out how Terrica is doing at the moment. Terrica, you are
Yeah.
on the balcony. You have upon you, embedded into your chest, a brooch that is growing inside of your flesh now. You have your regular clothing, good noble's clothing. You have a flechette pistol meant to perhaps it plant evidence to frame someone. You have upon you Kareem, your sword.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You have upon you a bug that was given to you by Quint.
Mm-hmm.
And do you have anything else on you?
I know I also have the bag of darts for the flechette pistol, the ones that had been used.
Yes.
Let's see. I no, I don't think they have anything else on them because they just gave Quint their Diplo vest, so
That is
they
correct.
don't have that.
Oh, I should mention that the ship has 2 bodyguards on it, but one of which is hanging out with Wesley, which Wesley does not like, and one of which is there with Severance. So, yes.
And Terrica, along with everyone else, had just heard Drinax say something too. They just
Yes, that is
heard something like
correct.
"Come to me." What was it again?
Yes, that is correct. Right there at that moment, they all heard in their minds the voice of Drinax itself. At least it seemed to be that. That is the best way you can sort of imagine what it was. That the voice of Drinax itself rung out in your mind and just said, "Come to me. Come to me."
Can Terrica tell? Like, I think they know that their brooch is connected into Drinax at this point. When they arrived in system and they were having that like coming home feeling. I think that that's where they started to actually understand where the connections were lying. Do they know that Drinax is in Sue? Like, do they understand what they did?
Make me a roll.
Okay. What kind of role would you like?
This would have to be True Liege.
Oh boy.
And what skill would you use? Which attribute? I suppose the attribute you would use is psionic strength, which I know is at a penalty for you right now.
It's actually not
Otherwise,
at a penalty yet.
oh wait, how many points do you have right now?
So Terrica, with the brooch, they have a total of 8. They dropped down 2 for the teleport, so I'm at
Yes, that's
6 right
right.
now.
That's
So
right.
I'm
That's
not
right.
at a penalty, but
That's
I'm
right,
real
because
close.
you got a boost when you got into the new body. Old Terrica's body
Yes.
only had 2
Yes.
psionic points. Yeah. But this
This is
new
true.
body was primed to take somebody who was an ancient being that has a lot of psionic power and be able to hold that. That is correct. Yes.
I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure there's going to be no repercussions for that.
Yeah. So,
Nope.
please, if you would roll
Just straight. Okay.
True Liege with your psionic strength. Okay,
Ooh.
2 things.
All right.
1, you knew that was Drinax from the brooch itself. When you heard the voice in your head, the brooch itself became warm, and you could feel it or your heartbeat in it, right? The way in which the brooch itself sometimes becomes warm and sort of throbs like a heartbeat. And the other thing, though, is Drinax in Sue? Once upon a time, Sue was Drinax, but is no longer. And there's a sense of wrongness about it. Loss, perhaps, pain in some kind of a way. It's a little bit unclear. There are feelings that are you can't really process. They're just sort of more unclear. But there is something else. While Sue is no longer Drinax and sort of cut off, lost, changed, there is a bright, small diamond that you can see inside of Sue's body. Nobody else can see it because this is a bit like in psionic space. And that small, bright blue diamond is Lady Hill, or the memory or the essence or a piece of Lady Hill's essence, I guess is the best way to put it. You know that Lady Hill is dead. Someone somehow captured a piece of her essence before it escaped into nothingness and implanted it in Sue. And Lady Hill is also of Drinax. Lady Hill is born and raised here. And so Lady Hill is in some way also connected to Drinax, and that one connection, that somebody, it was Val, but Terrica does not know this.
Yeah.
That somebody captured a piece of the essence of a citizen of Drinax and placed it into Sue was just enough to allow Drinax to channel into Sue for that brief moment, but it's a weak connection. Drinax is not in Sue, but a piece of Lady Hill is in Sue, and that was the thing that you grabbed onto. You grabbed onto that piece of Lady Hill, and you took that into yourself to make that connection between Drinax and Sue. So Drinax is not in Sue, but someone of Drinax is pinned inside Sue, and you know who, because you took a piece of your mother in order to do what you did.
Is there a way for Terrica to, because when they did that, they made Sue corporeal, right? They gave him an
Well,
actual body that can move
they didn't do
things.
it.
True. It wasn't their power at all.
It was not their power that did it. They were the conduit that allowed Drinax to sacrifice some of their life for this moment.
So is there any way to undo that?
Well, they didn't do it. To undo it, the being that did it would have to undo it, most likely.
Yeah. Okay. So on the balcony, we see...
Which was Drinax.
Yeah. So they land on the balcony. They
But I
see
will
all of
say-
this in front of them.
I will say that your thinking is correct. This was done, right?
Mhm.
This was done, and giving Sue corporeality, which is probably an immense amount of energy to do this, right? To sort of make a
Yeah.
thought manifest. And it is done, but it is not currently undone. And you're thinking that it needs to, for this to sort of undoing this corporeality probably would allow Sue to escape, right? Because then Sue could get back into all the circuits that Sue is bound into, but currently Sue is corporeal, so cannot get back into those circuits. So undoing this corporeality, you suspect would indeed allow Sue to get back into the body that Sue normally is in. But since Terrica did not actually do it, it was Drinax. It will have to be Drinax that undoes it.
Okay. Um. Okay. So I think what we see happen then is and then so we see Terrica land on this balcony, right? And they see the scene in front of them. A very painfully real depiction of all of the scars that they saw
Yeah.
on Val. Uh,
And I
and the
will
first
note
thing
that inside it is very casual, right? You
Oh,
see
yeah.
this violence, but Ruby is just sitting back with a glass of cognac and a cigar, relaxed. And these two guards, dim in the dim light, have got guns that they have them just in case, but they're not too worried because after all, Val is restrained, but it is this sort of pause, this sort of perverse relaxation in front of what is clearly some form of terrible violence.
Um, so as they're staring at all of this, that's when they hear Drinax say, "Come to me," right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I imagine this balcony is like, your typical sort of hotel balcony style thing. Although I imagine like
I like
a
to
lot of the
imagine it's
balconies are like,
fancier than that, right? I imagine it's pretty wide. Like, you know how like a lot of hotel balconies are actually just kind of not very wide and not particularly
yeah,
deep? I imagine this one actually being much wider because you've got like these are really beautiful windows that are quite like quite wide windows, right? So imagine it being a wide balcony, and I imagine the balcony having rounded corners, right? Not
uh-huh.
square ones with nice brass fittings, right? That I imagine it being quite kind of a very beautiful sort of Art Deco balcony.
But like it's a penthouse balcony, right? Like it's
Yes, absolutely.
so
Yes.
the
Yes.
thing I'm hoping exists is that on either side of all of these windows, like it's not windows end to end on the balcony, right? There's that little
Mm-hmm.
piece of
Yeah.
wall that exists, like for the railing to hook into. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So then, nope, they heard Drinax. So Terrica will um, turn and sort of tuck themselves against that wall. And then they're going to try to reach back out to Drinax because this is the first time they've ever heard Drinax speak, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
they have
Well, they've had visions
communicated.
and like weird, weird visions, as I think best way to put it, like trees and like
Oh,
images. But then also Sue showing up at that gladiatorial event, bleeding. Um,
yeah.
so it's a little bit on some of those. Sue was a bit more Drinaxian then. Yeah.
So but they haven't heard like words come out of
No.
Drinax. They've only seen these visions until now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I think they'll try and reach back out, um, and they'll simply say, "Where are you?" After they've like tucked themselves to the side of the balcony.
Roll True Liege.
Oh man, that's a lot of true liege use.
Are you or are you not a true liege? That's the question.
That is a question, isn't it?
Hmm. You reach out and you don't hear anything back. As if that was quite a bit of effort from Drinax to reach out as they did. And it's a bit too much, a bit too far now. You don't feel like they're not answering, you feel exhaustion.
Mm.
Pain. A lot of pain. Like deep in your bones sort of pain. The pain of grief and loss. The pain of abandonment, frustration, hunger. You feel so much hunger, as if you've been starving and malnourished. And you feel as if you can't lift your arm to answer. Well, no, that doesn't make sense because you were reaching out to them. It's a little unclear sometimes, actually. Now you're in this moment, you're reaching out. It's a little unclear if it's that you're you are channeling something, and it becomes sometimes a little bit difficult to know the difference between yourself and this thing you're channeling. You know, but also it's like sometimes, is that my feeling, or is that their feeling?
Mm.
And you know it's not your feeling because, but then also it kind of is your feeling. It's a communication is not just me to you. It is that we are the same in certain ways.
I think Terrica, after feeling all of that, will just sort of slowly slide down the wall and sit. And they're going to continue holding on to their brooch. And then they're going to push back through this connection. I'm trying to figure out how to describe this. It's like they have had many times in their life where they were at the end of their rope and they were required to go further. They needed to stay longer at the party. They needed to interact with those people. They needed to make a good impression. These are all things that Lady Hill taught them to do,
Yes.
to put aside what it was that they needed in
Yes.
order to accomplish something
Yes.
bigger.
Duty.
Duty. So much duty. And I think they're going to kind of draw on that a little bit as as the armor that they often draw up when they feel like they still need to push further and they don't really have the capacity to do that. They just sort of pull it together, right? And they're trying to draw up that armor around Drinax themselves,
Mm-hmm.
the both of them, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And they're going to try and also link with this sort of drawing up of the energy, the capacity to go just a little further, to press that one last mile. And they're going to try and ask Drinax to help them with Sue. And they're going to just pull as much energy into this bringing up of the armor, and not in the way that Lady Hill would have done, right? Which was like, you will absolutely do this, and this is the end, and blah 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 blah, blah. Like, not in that sense. But this is coming from Terrica's. This is coming from the part that is Terrica, that has that learned knowledge from Lady Hill, but it's not the hardness. It's an actual ask. It's not a you will.
You drop all of your power and energy. You've already rolled. You don't need to roll again. To sort of sit in that connection to yourself with your own personal energy. Cover this. As you gather your energy, I'm going to ask you, let's start. 1 point of psionic energy. Where do you take it from?
Can you clarify that? Like, can I take it out
You,
of any of my physical stats?
well, no, you have psionic points. So from your psionic points, or your
Okay.
brooch.
Um, let's take it out of their psionic points.
You begin to feed this energy out. Do you do another one?
Yep.
Do another one. Now you can, if you would, roll True Liege.
Okay. Now I'm at penalties for rolling this. Here we go. Oof.
Good enough. As you feed in, it's awful. You have just dropped small droplet of water into a dead sea. You sense before you an entire desert that was once an ocean completely bone dry. And you have dropped 2 small eye drops worth of water that falls into this cracked earth. And as you have fed this little bit, you sense in this moment the vastness of the emptiness of this planet. How much has been lost. How little there is left. How dry, how desiccated, chapped, and painful. Dying, wilted, this planet is. And that one little drop you did is nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. You might remember the immense power that you felt for that one brief second when you decided to test tasting death. And it was a lot more power than you have ever felt. I mean, even more power than you felt when you were on those psionic drugs that made you super powerful. There was so much energy from tasting death. But even that, it's nothing. That might be just a small handful of water. This being needs something so much more than your individual thought, your individual power, your lone and solitary inner strength can be powerful. But you see the enormity in this moment of the loss. What was once an ocean teeming with life is a Grand Canyon of dust. And trying to, by yourself, protect and feed this place, you realize by yourself you can't do much. And it's like you can hear echoes and emptiness.
When Terrica was on number 1,
Mm-hmm.
they could hear people
Yes.
and they knew that they were drawing off of people without
Yes.
hurting them, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Do they hear any of that here in Drinax?
You'd have to listen.
I think once as Terrica's understanding the magnitude of this,
Hmm.
I imagine all of this loss makes the grief that they have for Lord Hill, and the grief that they're not acknowledging for Lady Hill. I imagine that puts it into perspective, right?
By the way, you also know at that moment that Lord Hill wasn't. You know when if those people, Lindy would know, who have plants, if you let the soil dry out, even if you add water, it won't. The soil can no longer take the water.
Gone.
You're muted.
Yeah.
You're muted, Lindy. Lindy, you're muted.
Oh no.
Oh no, I know. I know why. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Lindy, say that again.
Hydrophobic. It becomes hydrophobic, the soil.
Hydrophobic. Yeah. Yeah. The soil has become hydrophobic in this way. And you know that Lord Hill was not able to be absorbed back. You see it, right? You see it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think they would try and listen to see if they can pull on that other energy. To, I think they know they need more than a drop.
They do. I will let you keep this roll as you listen. No, you're gonna have to roll this one because this is a different ability. You'll have to roll it.
Oh, okay. Not trying to make this more complicated.
No, but this is a different ability, so you do have to roll this one.
Okay.
So like under telepathy, there are a bunch of different powers. This is a particular. This is a different power. This before you were connecting to Drinax, now you're connecting to the people, so it's a different one.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right. I mean,
what power is it? What am I rolling, Trooper?
True leash. It's true leash. No, it's true leash.
Okay.
It's true leash. Because it's just if you have because with psionics, there's telepathy, and under telepathy, there are a bunch of different things you can do, but you always just roll telepathy.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Under True Leash, there are also a bunch of powers, which you're beginning to learn.
Is it also psionic strength?
Yeah.
Okay. Oof.
Now, to be awareness would actually just be intelligence, but that's different. You know what I mean? Like you could have done, that's slightly different. So, as you listen, slowly, you hear whispers. You hear small whispers. Little small things. Like, oh, did you know Terrica's back? Oh, yes. Then you hear things like, oh, I imagine I'll be having lunch with Lord Hill soon. Yes. Just these little thoughts. And then there's like a little memory about Elaine from somewhere. You can sort of start hearing these memories of your entire lineage, but they're not many. There are very few people who live on this palace. It's only about like 50,000 people total who live here, and they all have different thoughts. And they are thinking here or there. You hear one thought of sorrow. Someone knows that Lady Hill and Lord Hill are both dead. Most people don't seem to. Most people are going about their days thinking about their own things. Not a lot of thoughts. But you also realize something else as you are now tied in. And it gives you a little bit of perspective about what happened on number one. On number one, you heard those things and you felt a bit more empowered. Things are a little bit easier for you because so many people were thinking about you at that moment. A lot of people on that planet with strong connections in various ways. But in this moment, you realize there is something holding you back. The memories and the thoughts are coming to you, but you can't push them out. You are not the liege of Rapenhausen at this moment. On number one, people were thinking about you and the old Terrica, and that empowered you some as you channeled into your brooch and into you. But here and now, when you hear the people thinking, you can hear them thinking, and they're thinking about Lady Hill. Lady Hill is, as far as most people know, the head of the household, and most of that energy is going to Lady Hill. You can sort of get little bits of it, but you cannot channel it. You cannot channel all of that into Drinax because you have not yet become the true liege. You've not taken on that mantle. You can still gain some of the energy from it, some of the knowledge, some of the power, but it's selfish. It stays with you because you have not yet given yourself to the people or to the planet. You've not yet created the unity, and the people do not yet see you as the representative of the house, and you've not pledged yourself to the planet or to the people. And so that connection, the unity between the conduit, the people, and the planet is not complete. It's weaker. You can use it for your own power, I guess, for yourself.
But I can't give it to Drinax.
Not when you're not yet pledged. You've not yet become the unity, the symbol. And you can hear them thinking about Lady Hill right now. And you can feel the energy coming to you and into the brooch a bit. But it doesn't, it's small, right? It might seem very cool to you, actually, although I imagine at this point, maybe not. But if you remember what it was like at number one, you felt just a little bit better, a little bit stronger, a little bit shinier. And you can feel that way, but you also feel that it doesn't really go. Can't really take all of that and send it along because you have never given yourself to the people. You've not taken on that responsibility to represent them and the planet. You've not yet, well, as you always say, you're not a noble, right?
Terrica will like tap their head back against the wall when they understand what's happening. Not like slamming, but just like, when
Yeah.
you're sitting back against a wall and you're like, oh,
Mm-hmm.
Is what they have, is there, oh man. If they take energy out of their physical being, can they channel it into supporting Drinax and pulling this energy back?
Well, you don't have that much energy in your body.
No, Terrica doesn't. They're not very strong.
No. And you're too far away from Drinax right now for how weak it is.
Okay.
You feel quite distant from this being. High up in the clouds. It clearly spent quite a lot of its energy to help you in that moment, and it doesn't have a lot left. It still has a lot more than, like, beings do, but kind of far away. You're not connected enough. You've not given yourself. You've not stepped up and become the leader, the conduit, the channeler. It's not enough right now. Too far. Too distant. Too weak.
Then,
And while you ponder that, I'm going to see what's happening on the gambler.
There. Yeah. Oh no.
We don't yet have Rocket back who's having computer troubles. But let me ask you all, in this moment, you turn to the Harlock and you say, can you find her? The Harlock, if this is fine, Rocket will send out their consciousness to try to find Terrica. What do the rest of you do in this moment?
Val would go into his room and continue what he was doing, but he would leave the door open so he could hear any answer that the Harlock would give.
I
do you do?
text Terrica because we've got personal computers. So we'll,
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be like,
Absolutely.
hey, where did you go? People are worried, and by people, I mean your fellow crew members.
Hopefully they don't have notifications on.
A very loud notification comes, and there's murder everywhere.
Murder everywhere. I imagine that since it is like basically like a watch, it's probably more of
Yeah.
like a vibration thing.
Yeah. Terrica, you're sitting down on this balcony,
Hey.
in whatever feelings you're in, when on your personal computer, this text pops up from Quint.
Do we still have the party line open?
Nope,
No, that got closed.
No.
but you do have
Oh, okay.
computers.
We do have computers.
We
Okay.
can just like group
You can
text.
just text.
we can
Just-
wait.
we can text. Like,
Yeah, yeah.
we have the technology.
Yeah,
Like
What is
common
this
use,
analog
like, just
bullshit?
Normal.
I prefer.
Thank you.
you could just,
Like, oh, we can even like call, but no, we're just like cyanic calls all the time. I mean, granted, that's like
So
super
much cooler.
encrypted, harder to crack. But
Yes.
you know, we do have text, and call and like FaceTime. We've got all that
It's true.
stuff.
it's true.
Well, Terrica's not FaceTiming off of this balcony right now. That's for sure.
Sure.
I mean, you could, but I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah, we could text.
Yeah, yeah.
I think they'll text back then. They'll text back. I'm fine. I think, and that's like what the text will be.
Okay.
And then they'll be like the dot dots. The
oh,
dot
okay.
dots.
I'll
and
wait.
then they'll
I'll
be.
wait for the dot dots. Yeah.
But then the dot dots will disappear. Like it'll just happen. Like like when someone like starts to type something and then they take it
Mhm.
back and then they
I
start to type
just,
and they
you
take
know,
it back.
I
That
just
just
give it a
happens
couple
every time.
minutes.
What is Val doing in his room?
Packing and getting the suit ready.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Getting a text from Terrica. They say they're okay and they're typing.
All right, where are they?
That's what I asked. I'm hoping that's what the typing, the dot dots are.
Have them answer faster.
Severance wishes you would answer where you are faster.
Uh,
You could text Terrica as well, in case you were
No.
wondering.
I don't want.
Terrica will
refuses to
start a
text
group
himself.
chat. No, I'm kidding. They won't do that.
No, you can. I mean, you have the technology. Y'all
Oh, they yes, but I don't think Terrica's in this state of mind where they're like,
Yeah.
oh, hang on, let me put together a group text full of everybody
Yeah.
and have a
Yeah.
And
conversation.
Severance refuses to text, so I'm just like, okay, I guess I'll just keep relaying messages. That's fine.
Terrica will respond back. I'm on a balcony. I'm figuring it out.
They are on a balcony and they are figuring it out. I just say, to the area.
Severance and Quint would hear scrambling and then the thuds of the suit as he comes ducking into the small cramped space of the Gambler and begins immediately moving towards the cargo bay. As soon as he heard balcony.
I strap up some of the vials and syringes that I have. I make sure
Yes.
my war syringes
Yep.
also fastened. And
Yep.
you right now are still got your
Your Drinax right now.
Drinax voice on, your Dree Pain voice on.
Pardon me.
And then I and then I will and then I will follow suit in the wake of Val. I have to go let the dog out because he's bothering me. Be right back.
Who let the dogs out?
I'm always armed.
Who?
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 Um,
And I'll follow as well. Seems Val knows what balcony Terrica's talking about. And I'll just wait to see if there's any more dots. Like I'm doing the thing where I'm like checking and fucking and checking.
I don't think there's any more dots.
Okay, Val is suiting up. I think he might be coming to get you? Question mark? He hasn't said anything. And I just send that.
Oh no. Okay, can you hear me now? I think my mic I probably need a new mic. Terrica will respond and say, "Stop, Val."
Val Terrica wants you to stop going after them.
Pretty sure Val's probably in the elevator by now.
All right. Well, I'll text Val. Val, because I know it pops up in the HUD. Val, Terrica wants you to not follow.
As soon as you hit send, you'll see that the privacy notification is on and Val's not receiving messages.
Okay.
At least from you.
Yeah, no, I figure it's probably just for me. That's fine. That'll never come back to bite us.
It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Yeah. Then I guess I'll just,
What did I miss?
Severance
I was
and I are
letting the
following.
greens out.
So we're going to.
Val has just gotten in the elevator to leave in the suit, and Terrica was like, "Stop him!" And Val has put
Terrica wants
Quint
us
on
to
mute.
stop Val. I'm on mute. He's blocked my texts, so.
Figure it out. I'm not here to figure out. I don't do well with dramatics and drama and gossip.
I don't like drama either.
Great.
Unless it's the
Well,
stage.
then, I'm going to ignore it. So if you're muted, there must be a reason and must be good reason. Let's go stop Val. Wait. Oh boy. No, let's. Why is Terrica on a
Elevator.
balcony?
Boom. Can take the elevator down. I
Yeah.
don't think we have stairs. I think we only have an elevator, right?
That is
Yeah,
correct.
it's-
That is
yeah.
correct. But
It's
I
really
will
Such
note
dangerous.
good
that
design.
Yeah, it's really
The-
dangerous as a fire.
the captains of the ship could just order the
That's true.
ship not to
You could
open the
just-
doors.
You could do that because Sue's not here to override it.
That's right.
You could just order the doors not to open for Val.
Oh no, I don't.
You are the captain.
Thank you, Admiral. And
Admiral,
I do think that it is important that we get Terrica.
Mm-hmm. There's
I
probably
don't-
a reason Terrica doesn't want Val to come, is all I'm saying. Why do you not want Val to come? No one's cooperating. And I said that. No one listens to me here, except Wesley, Corinne, and you.
I'm trying to do this in real time, so I
Mm-hmm.
think right about
Yeah.
now is when the cargo bay door would be triggered and slowly
Right.
begin to open.
Yep. Nobody stopped it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting on the elevator, pushing the button.
So Terrica sees this message pop up as they're like dealing with everything. So then they send Val a text message that says, "It's okay. I'm safe. Ish."
You would receive a text back that will say, "You will be."
Val ... Then like the dots, right? Just the dots, and then the disappearing of the dots, and then the dots, and then the disappearing of the dots.
Oh my god,
And then-
anxiety.
And then you really don't want to be here, is what they'll send.
Dot, 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 dot. I know, but I'm coming anyway.
This is role playing.
At this moment, we have Quint in the elevator. Doesn't take very long to get down the elevator. Is
I'm
Severance
also
in the
there, yeah.
elevator with
Yeah,
Quint?
Severance-
Yes,
Severance,
we're in the elevator, and I'm like trying
Everybody's
to
in the
like,
elevator.
Severance,
Doors
maybe you
open.
could just order the doors to close. And
Right.
he's like, and I'm like just pushing the button, like the close
Yep,
door
yep.
button,
No,
You have emerged out into the cargo bay. There are some grebes.
door open
By the way,
button.
your bodyguard has followed with you because that is
Good.
his job.
Good.
And you can see Val leaving
yeah, I'm not fighting.
the bay right over there.
Val is not leaving. Val is at the very top of the ramp,
Excellent.
facing back into the gambler.
Terrica will say, if you come here right now, you will expose me. That will be the text they send.
As soon as he sees both Quint and Severance arrive, he will say
And the
directly to and Harlock. He will say directly to Severance, I need your help to save Terrica.
What do you need?
You.
Very well.
Jump on.
You sure? I try to clamber on.
You'll see that there's two little LED underlights that appear at each of the grips, so you know where to.
Yeah, like little landing pointers. Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, or like a Disney ride, just to make sure
right.
you don't wander.
Yes.
Oh man, I love this.
The bodyguard says,
very well.
I'm sorry, I have to stay with the Admiral. I'm given direct orders
Hop
from...
on. As I...
there's no space for a second person there.
Oh, I know. Hop on.
I'm afraid I can't do that. I can't let you go without me, Admiral.
All right, then you go, and I'll stay here.
But I can't leave you, Admiral. Liege
There would be a
Terrica-
speaker in the back of the neck that really only Severance could hear at this point, since it's designed specifically for the co-pilot.
Yep.
Terrica needs you.
I know. I'm trying to figure out how to get this guy. You're ordered to
another
stay
sniper?
here.
Tell him to fuck off.
To the guard.
Very well. I'm not going to have to. I mean, he could be very useful. Why don't you stay here? Watch the cargo bay, please. That's an order.
I was
Please.
told by Liege Terrica to watch you.
Okay, wonderful.
Do I need to knock him out? Is that?
No, you don't need to.
Val would switch to the speaker that's basically where like the unibeam would be in his chest, and he would hear, if you want to watch him, turn your eyes west and up.
Wait, what?
And Val's gonna lift off.
No,
Goodbye.
you're not allowed to go.
Oh no, I'm not allowed.
If you
to
need
go.
to find me, look to the western sky.
And Terrica just gets a text. Val took off with Severance. The bodyguard is pissed.
Spoilers.
The
Terrica
bodyguard
will,
starts running with
Oh my gosh.
his rifle. He's not going to be able to keep up with you, but he's trying to do his job.
Oh, buddy.
I don't remember his name.
Lord Wilson.
Wilson. Why don't I have?
Lord Wilson.
Yeah.
Lord
It was on my stuff.
Wilson von Gau, the Baron of the fourth moon
Yep.
of the third planet of the Thebes system.
Yep.
That was it.
He's going to
I
try.
hated it.
He's going to try.
Bullets.
He's not going to be able to catch you, sadly for him. Off you two fly. Quint, they've just left, and the Harlock. What are you two doing as they fly off?
Couldn't stop them. They've flown off to get you or something. Anything I can do to damage control the situation or help? I've got a lot of skills.
Having you here would be really handy right now.
Address.
You can't come in. They would say, you can't come in the front door. That's half the problem.
And the other half?
It's not my secret to tell.
Okay. Where's the back door? Fire escape. Dot, 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 dot.
Terrica's just like, what would they say? Because there isn't really I would imagine a back
I could
door
be the
into this
Drinaxian
place.
food
Yeah.
delivery boy. What do you want?
Oh man. Sorry, I'm trying to think about like what Terrica would do because like they wouldn't want to They feel like this is Val's
Secret.
right? This is
Yeah.
not something that they can just. So they will.
But we do need to frame this guy too. This would be a really great opportunity to
We
just
really need to frame this
before
guy.
word gets out that you're married to Lord Terrica.
And he does some awful things, I assume.
Yeah. Did you
Well,
leave the
but Terrica
documents
has-
behind?
Huh?
Did you leave the
Terrica
documents
wouldn't-
behind? Okay.
No. They haven't even gone into the building yet. So the documents are tucked safely where
Okay.
Terrica hides things on the Gambler. Because they wouldn't want to take those into there anyway.
Mhm.
I
could doctor some things. What do you want me to do?
This is true. But I don't think, because there's other stuff in that file. There's other stuff in the dossier that they wouldn't, because it's not their it's not their secret to tell. I think what they would say is,
What do you want me to do? Give me an order, my liege.
Oh.
That's out of character. Quint doesn't say it like that, but I just thought it'd be funny to say.
Well,
I
you
say
got
that
a
in my mind.
reaction.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would give the address
How can I
and
help?
the
This seems bad.
and they would say, don't enter the suite unless I call for you.
Should they also make sure no one leaves the suite? Question mark.
No, they can leave.
Okay. And I'll with the Harlock, because we're both badasses.
Okay.
And the Harlock
Y'all are going?
can go wherever on this place, because the Harlock's got sway. So Harlock and I,
also-
we jog. We're fit.
Yeah.
Good
All
fit,
right.
jogging.
Severance and Val, you're flying over the inside the internal palace. Anything you're saying as you're making your way over there?
Don't drop me, 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 don't drop me.
I won't. Severance,
What?
I need you to get Terrica out of there.
Why me? I just assume it's really loud. The air and stuff.
The speaker in the back of the suit's neck would be quiet for a moment, and then you would hear Val say, "Because I can't."
All right. You're in an almighty powerful suit. I'm sure you can. But I will do what I can. Can you fly a little lower?
You don't want that.
Right?
Val will start to dip between the ornamental trees and the buildings as things begin to column past
Columns. Yeah.
and pull right back up.
Yeah.
It's windier but safer here. Severance,
But
there's a person there that only you can. Strength means nothing. Only what you can do. Only your words.
oh boy. And me or Marymore's?
I don't believe in Marymore. I believe in you.
Thank you, Val.
Thank
Right.
you.
And as the Harlock and Quint are booking towards the ambassadorial suite, and Terrica is on the balcony, back towards, in that little corner bit, having no idea what's going on in the inside of that room right now, because they're not looking.
I think they would peek around the corner, though, after sending the last text to Quint and knowing that Val's coming there. And they would actually turn on the bug that they've got to record just a little bit.
The room is empty.
The room is empty,
Mhm.
including
Mhm.
including Val.
The bug
Or
would
Sue?
have been on when I put it on you.
Oh, okay.
It's always recording.
Just always recording one. Okay,
Yep.
perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, when
Empty.
they see that it's empty, then they're gonna cross to look in the other windows carefully
So
because
in
it's a
this,
suite, right? So like,
well, the balcony covers the. This is like, just imagine some like massively, like a fairly massive living room with like a sunken floor, and it's like all white and like couches, and it's like one of these kind of like big open plan kind of a room. So you've got like the door that would take you to the outside. There's a door off to the right if you're looking in that you've seen them go in that way before, and on the left there's
Mhm.
like a bar like with like food. So it's kind of like you've got like a kind of like a food area, kitchen area in this big, huge, massive living room. That's all you can see. And
Okay.
the balcony itself covers that. So you cannot see anything besides this big, massive area. You don't know what's going on in that place where they went. You'd have to probably,
Okay.
there's a balcony over there though. You could maybe
like jump
hop over
to.
there. Mm-hmm.
Um, Terrica has done a lot of sneaking into their room after long poker nights, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so I would think they would be. Well, actually, I know that they have some stealth stuff. Um, can they like just slide the door open quietly?
This
I
door,
imagine
the
it's like one of
balcony
those
door.
sliders, the balcony door. Yeah.
Mm. Dex and stealth.
Okay. Scroll into it. Here we go. Oof.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me roll, and we'll see what we have here, shall we?
Mhm.
Let's see. This will be a 2d6 plus 2. 13. Okay,
Ouch.
so
That's not good.
Val and Severance.
Yes.
You are flying, still stiff because Sue's not there. And as you are sort of moving, you're flying, you bank around, and you get to this other side. You're up now in the parts where the ambassadorial suites are. And as you sort of bank around, you can see this building. It's like 7, 8 stories tall. That has been broken up into like this was actually made for guests as opposed to most of the other stuff that wasn't. And you can see all these sort of beautiful balconies, sort of mezzanine balconies. And as you turn, you see Terrica slide open the door, these glass doors of one of these balconies up on the 6th floor, and sort of slip inside. And as you see them slip inside, and you're still quite a bit away, you're not there close enough yet. That's what you see in your vision. You see this light go on in one of the other balcony rooms, and that seems bad. Quint and also the Harlock, you're booking it.
Yeah.
You're moving as
Sprinting,
fast as you
running.
can. Can I get an
Thankfully, Ruth's
athletics
pretty
roll from
dexy.
you?
Yeah, I'd love to roll you in athletics.
Endurance. If you have athletic endurance, you can do that.
Nope. I don't have the speciality of endurance, so I'll just
Sorry.
roll basic athletics endurance.
Yeah.
Help if I did this. Boop. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
9.
9. Very
Yep.
nice. Thank you. You're booking it.
I've got stamina.
You do. You do have stamina. I've heard that from. Anyway, it's the Cirque training. And as you and the Harlock are rushing, you're sort of crossing this place, and this place is quite huge. But
Parkour.
there's a little parkour going on there, right? Do you have a Dex? What's your athletic specialization?
My athletic specialization is actually strength because it's
Very nice.
a lot of strength based
Yeah.
skills, silks and stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. You're rushing, and you
but
make
I do have
it.
a 12 dex, so it's
Right.
I'm
yeah.
dexy.
You got some parkour going on, and you can now
parkour.
see the front of this building, right? This beautiful, beautiful building with like brass plates of like people and histories, like these sort of friezes. And you see the doors, and you are like, they're 6 floors up, but you are converging upon this place. Terrica. Actually,
Yes.
everybody roll initiative.
Oh, here we go.
And that's our dex. And we click our tokens, right?
Or intelligence. Dex or intelligence.
Oh, intelligence. Are you kidding me?
Either one will do it. But I believe you might have an initiative button.
I think so too. I'm trying to remember
Yeah.
how to
Combat.
get to the initiative button. Oh, right. It's just in our.
Intellect.
It's under combat.
Thank you.
Hmm. You can either do, because basically what makes you go fast is either quick wits or like quick dex. Speaking of which,
I have a question for you specifically, Trooper, that I
Absolutely.
haven't had to do before.
Yes.
The combat suit gives me a +6 to dex. Does that include initiative?
Yes.
Lovely.
Nice.
Thank you.
Mhm. Which I think will give you that give you a plus. Nice. Nice.
Oh, no, you saying nice does not. That is not nice. That is the opposite of nice right now. This is very bad. Oh, nice roll there.
By the way, it gives you a +6
Oh,
to
wow.
the skill,
Yeah.
not a +6 to the roll.
Not a +6 bonus.
Oh, what's
Right.
that? Oh, I give it to.
Dex, right?
Oops, my bad.
Yeah, you
So
put
you
under
take
your
your dex-
current dex.
And just add +6 to your
Oh.
current dex.
Yeah, don't just do it to your base. Do it to your current.
The good news is you still rolled all that, right? That's still a double.
I will do it again.
Because your
My
mod,
arm
I
works
think,
similarly. Yeah.
yeah, your mod taps out, I think, a +3.
You rolled
Maybe
a
plus
6,
four.
a 1, and 6. That doesn't make sense.
3 and a 6, +3. Yeah. So that would have been, let's say, 3 and a 6 is a 9.
One more. Been 12.
Yeah, there you go, 12.
Because you rolled a 5 and a 3. So
Yeah.
12.
I feel like that is most of our people, but it's not everybody.
Not all of them.
Not everybody. I'm gonna go and just grab. I just need this
Go
hunter
grab the
here
minis.
for a moment. Just need that, and I need to roll. I need an initiative for you. Let me just grab this for a moment.
This is so bad.
Some people made choices. You know, it wasn't me.
I'm gonna make these.
Boom. And let me submit that. And we have 2 of these hunters. We'll just put them right there. And then we also have Ruby. And I just need to give him a roll as well. I've got his situation. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I wouldn't.
This is literally the situation I've been trying to avoid. So
Well, you know what I'm saying?
Perfect.
This is.
Nailed it. Nailed
thanks,
it.
thanks, guys. Thanks.
Hey, we weren't
I'm
gonna let
sure
you do
it's
all the
fine.
fun by yourself.
I'm gonna just
good.
as a temporary situation right here. Yep.
I don't know what the fun thing is.
Yeah, here we go. What's better for you, int or dex? They're both the same, so it's fine. There
Int.
we go. Okay, let me sort this. Everybody, we're gonna just, add this because, and then let's just sort everything by descending. Okay.
That was a stressful sigh.
Wrong number right there, but that's fine. That should be Ruby. Where are you at there, Ruby? Why are you looking like that? Did I roll? Oh, I just rolled terribly. Great. Okay,
Ruby.
I did. I rolled terribly. So,
I
Val
like it.
and
Yeah.
Severance, you need to move this turn. Is what you're going to need to
Or-
do. Because you're too far away.
Okay.
I
Well, to
assume
be
you.
fair, we saw
continue
the
to
light
move.
come on, but we don't know anything beyond that. All we saw a light come on. The kind of the feel is that's not a great thing, and we saw Terrica
After
slip
Terrica's-
inside. Correct?
Well, technically, you saw Terrica slip inside, and then you saw a light go on, as opposed to the other
Right.
way
Right. That's what I
around.
meant.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the sequence that I wanted to.
Yeah.
Um,
yeah.
I'm sure it's fine.
Val, who am I supposed to talk to? Erica?
There would be, as Val is trying to process everything, and he can already feel his brain like shutting down. There's
Yeah,
no
me
Sue
too.
to offer support. There's
Nope.
no. he would, as soon as he hears that question, he doesn't know how to answer it until he says, for the first time, my father, is what you would hear come out of the speaker.
Mm. Val, Sue. Sue's a computer program. Or at least started off that way, yes?
Started off that way, yep.
There are many different kinds of computer programs that you could have. What type of computer program was Sue?
Sue was just a holographic companion that was
Just?
designed to help with certain functions. That's what was said on the package.
What kind of functions?
You can buy anything. You can, it's like I can add apps to help with medicine or trauma or piloting or
I'm sorry,
gunship.
could you rewind? Could you rewind? You said medicine, and then you said...
Piloting.
I thought you said trauma.
Did I?
Maybe you didn't. But you
That's
don't have
the
Sue
original
right now.
design of Sue.
Right.
But that's not what Val uses Sue for. It's
Well.
not what Val ever used Sue for.
I do see right here in the fine print that this particular model is often used for people who have PTSD and can be helpful when people have trauma.
The companion aspect of the holographic companion.
I believe that is the case. You've not been without Sue for quite some time. Years and years and years. Is that the case?
Not since he went to university. It was his first purchase when he got to the Floating Palace.
And right now, it's been some hours.
It's been.
It's been. So, you two, are you making your way towards this balcony? In flight?
I would assume. I mean, I'm just holding on, really.
Severance, you would see that earlier than getting to the building, the altitude would start to decrease. And so
Right.
would your speed.
Okay, so we're almost there.
It's like a paper airplane that
Mm.
almost made it where you wanted to go.
Mm.
And then you would feel yourself flip as
Yeah.
he comes in for a landing and the suit's boots hit the ground maybe 20 feet from the door of the building.
The back door.
I assume I get off here. This is my stop. I step off.
You wouldn't hear anything.
I nod and I take a deep breath and lengthen my spine, and I then turn on my heel and walk inside.
Maybe
You're heading towards the elevator.
A beat before that, you would feel the metalled fingers on your shoulder for just a second. And the speaker in the front of the suit, the face plate is blank. There, you can't see inside. You would hear Val's voice, but he sounds much younger. Be careful.
Of course.
Quint and the Harlock, you've entered the building and you're hustling up the elevator towards the 6th floor.
Yeah, we're not taking the stairs, elevator. Just, again, the rapid button pushing to, like, close the door, close the door, close the door.
And in this
6.
moment, you make your way up to the 6th floor. The doors open, and you can see in front of you, down the hallway, the door the address, the suite that you know that Terrica has given you. That's your movement.
Cool.
Ruby does something. Terrica.
Can Terrica see that a light has come on?
Oh, yeah. I'm telling you right
Okay.
now. So you've stepped inside. A light comes on in this other door. And right before the light comes on, you hear something. You hear Ruby. And you hear Ruby saying, that's all right now. I feel like you're going to be right all right there. Everything's all right. You just had to learn a little bit. And you hear that coming from this other room. And then the light goes on. And then out steps one of these men. One of these men who was there with the gun, and he has a gun. He has like an automatic pistol, and he sees you. And he raises the pistol up and he goes, hey, what are you doing here? And he's at a bit of a distance to you, and he's got his gun trained on you. What would you like to do? Because the other one goes, what's going on in there? Right? So like there's clearly Ruby, probably Sue, and one of the other guys in this other room where the light came on. And this one has stepped out into the living room where you are.
Terrica will look at him quietly and simply say, Ruby would be upset if you shot me.
Is that an intimidation check? Because this guy...
I think it's a persuasion. Well, actually, no. It would probably be in the warlord voice. So that would, yeah. I was thinking persuasion, but I think it might have been in the warlord voice.
Being somewhat hostile. Sounds like you're being somewhat hostile here.
Just somewhat. I don't think that they're trying to be super hostile. I think they're just trying to be.
That would be persuasion, by the way, because intimidation falls under persuasion.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Give it to me. Hold on. A 12. Ooh. Ooh. What's up with that, my friend? What is up with that?
They're very persuasive.
Okay. Hold on. Let me roll my. Let me roll my. Resist your ridiculousness. I don't know how great that's going to be, but you know.
Come on, chat. Cross all of your fingers for me.
Well,
I don't want to die.
Let's do a 7.
Thank you.
And
thank you to chat.
This one, this guy, gun trained on you. He's aiming at you, by the way. Says, oh yeah? Why is that? Ruby, we've got an intruder. Somebody's broken in.
Terrica will just... Oh, sorry.
And you can just hear Ruby go, all right. Just let that kind of... Now the boss has been alerted.
And Terrica will simply, in the same... Like, they're not going to raise their voice at all. Same level of voice. They will say, it's Terrica.
Val, it's you. Next round. And I just feel like I need a little bit of... Let's see. Also, I definitely need this. And I need a little bit of maybe... A little bit of that. Val?
Yes.
What do you do?
Val is currently trying to make his legs work. He's trying to make them... He knows it's impossible because he knows who's up there
Yeah.
But he also knows that Terrica's up there.
Yeah.
He knows that Severance is going up there, and every fiber of his body is screaming, "Move, you fucking coward, move!" And he cannot do it. And he can't. His mind is a swirling. The synapses are firing errantly. They're not hitting anything that they're supposed to. He has spasms across his face and through his arms, but nothing reaches his legs. There's no movement whatsoever. He is a statue from about mid-chest down. And he does the only thing that he can think of in this moment. And he reaches out, and he doesn't know if he's using the Viridian in his wrist. He doesn't know what he's doing. He has no purchase in reality at this point. He's in the past, he's in the present, he's in a future alone. And he says he reaches out for the only person that he knows could guide him, and he can only say one word: Mama.
I need you to roll psionic strength. There is a skill that you have that you do not know about. You've been using it quite some time since the first season. You do not know what the name of the skill is, but you do have it. But you don't have it at a point, it's at a 0. So please roll your psionic strength.
Uh, 8.
The skill is, we'll call it manifestation. You call out. And right now you're alone in the back courtyard of this building. Severance has gone inside. The Harlock and Quint are up there. Everyone's up there, you're by yourself. And in this moment, you call out. And then you see her. You don't really know what's happening with reality. You're in this whole space. But you see your mother. Just like the Aslan woman, Maggie, manifested back on Thebes, just in the way that she manifested in the hold of the gambler, just in the ways in which you have been subtly shifting reality since the very first session when you changed the dream world to your will. Your mother shows up here and now, in this space, looking at you. Honey, what's wrong? Where'd you get that suit? What is that? What's going on?
Mama. He's got
Hello
the
there.
lie. I need you to help me. Give me 5 minutes. That's all I need.
Valentine, what's going on? Come here,
Daddy.
come here.
Mama, I
She
want you,
reaches out
Mama,
to you.
but there's no time. He's got them. He's got Terrica.
Shh, 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 shh. There's all the time in the world. My boy,
Not anymore.
come here, come here. Come here. Come on. Dance with me. You always calm down when you dance.
Okay,
Now.
Mama.
Come on. And she takes you. She takes your hands. Now, have you yet asked Jimmy to dance with you?
No, I didn't. I was scared, Mama. I only ever wanted to dance with you. No,
You know, now you listen to me.
there's
I'm
someone
going to be a bit
else to
stern
dance
with you. Oh, I want you to listen to me. Valentine, you are a wonderful dancer and you have so much to give. And you are robbing the world of not dancing with somebody.
Wait, there
Gotta
is
not
somebody,
be so
Mama.
scared. Is there?
Yeah, Mama. Can you help me?
Of course I can. But you've got to be brave enough to ask that person to dance yourself. I can take you there, but you got to ask yourself. Nobody wants to, you don't want to see whoever you're sweet on with your mom on the background. That'll be embarrassing. But I'll be around the corner.
I'd never be embarrassed of you, Mama. Never.
Oh, you're going to get old. You're going to grow up and be embarrassed of your mama. I know.
Never.
Come on. Let's go. Show me where this friend of yours is.
And because he can only move from the chest up, he takes one of those spasming arms clad in metal, and he points up to what would be the reverse of the balcony, since they're on the back side of the building. It's up there, Mama. Daddy's up there
Valentine.
too.
Valentine. You're going to grow up and be a man one day. And when you do, you will be your own man. And I've taken care of you. You may not know it now, but I've set things aside for you. You will be okay. No matter what happens to me, you will be okay.
I'll never be okay without you, Mama.
Valentine.
Mama, I'm broken.
No,
Yeah.
I do not make
I
broken
am, Mama.
things.
You didn't make me this way. The thing in me is the thing in him. But I need to use that thing now.
No. No, you don't. She walks up to the suit. She puts both hands on either side of this faceplate. The blank face. She reaches up and she gives a kiss to the faceplate. She says, "No, he's not in you. I am. You have always been my little Valentine. Always. You don't have to be like your father. Don't. Because for all the strength in his knuckles, he doesn't have strength of character, and you do. You always have the choice, Valentine. Always have the choice if you want to be my sweet little boy, or if you want to let that man make you into his own image. You do not beat him by becoming him. Beat him by being better than him.
Mama,
Take my
I don't
hand,
think
we'll
I
walk
am.
together. No, you are. Take my hand. Come on.
I sent
Let's
my
go.
friend up there. His name is Severance. He can talk. He's more than I am. I think he can help, but I can't get up there to help him.
Take my hand and walk with me, Valentine. Let's go. Come on, get a move on. Let's go. She reaches
Can't,
out her
Mama.
hand. You can.
He's up
Can't.
there. I can't let him get close to you. Not again. Or Terrica. Terrica. And he takes a step.
Come on. Now, Severance. You make your way up. The elevator doors open, and right at this door, you see Quint and the Harlock in front of a door right down there.
I like to imagine we're on either side of the door, like just in
Mhm.
case we're needed to
Mm-hmm.
trip somebody on their way out or to
Mhm.
bust in if we hear gunshots or something.
Mm-hmm.
So we're just waiting, both of us on either side.
Wait. They're up before I am.
Yeah, they got there before, and they're waiting. They're waiting outside.
I flew here with.
Yeah, and he started slowing down.
Okay.
But they've waited. They're outside waiting for you to hit that door. Flanking.
Copy that. Okay.
Terrica gave the address.
Right. Well, then could you text? Could you text my my bodyguard. Tell him where the address is.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
I'll very
Um,
slowly
uh,
text the bodyguard to buy us a little time.
Thank you.
Stick thing.
Perfect.
It's your door, Severance.
Yes. I just not certain what Val wants me to do exactly. I will open the door. And that was me
locked.
slowing down and hoping. Okay, good. Oh, perfect. Oh, it's locked. All right,
You'd
now I
have
turn
to-
around and go home.
You have to knock.
Yes, I will knock.
And we'll like
I'm hoping
go
that
a little bit further down the hallway just in case to be not like, hey, well, all three of us are here right at the door. What's up?
There's this knock on the door. Terrica, you hear it from the inside. The bodyguards are a bit like, what is that? Quint, what do you do as things are happening on the inside?
So there's, as you mentioned earlier, art installations all throughout
Yes,
the
everywhere.
floating palace.
Mhm.
I imagine that because this is the ambassadorial suite, there's like statues between each of the doors, like hotel-esque fashion.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna
Yes.
get on the other side of the statue, and the Harlock is gonna probably get on the other side of the opposite statue, so that way
Mhm.
whoever opens the door to see Severance doesn't see us, but we can be there. And I'll just
Mhm.
very, quietly, just Axe is gonna be ready.
Mhm.
And my other hand is gonna be on, I don't have my flechette pistol, but I do have my, body pistol with a silencer. So I'm just gonna be ready for either pull this out or retract this, or stab, or whenever, I'm ready.
Severance, you hear from the inside, who is it? Terrica, the guard who has this gun on you, says, who is it? As he moves towards the door.
I knock again.
Who is it?
I knock again.
And then you hear from deep inside, who's at the door? I don't know. And he's keeping his eyes on Terrica at the moment. What do you want?
Are you going to?
I knock
Whoever's
again.
at the door. And the guard looks a little nervous, right? Like, what is this? Like, you can tell he's a little bit nervous about maybe A, not knowing what's going on, and B, not wanting Ruby to come out here, because if Ruby comes out here, that's bad, And he goes, is it you?
You can lower your weapon. I'm not going to do anything to you.
I don't know about that. Is this yours? So like nods to the door. Who is it? Who's at the door?
Do you think I can see between walls?
Call somebody?
I thought I was going to have a conversation with Ruby, not you.
Yeah, well, he's doing something in the other room. He's not ready yet. He's got to
Yes.
clean up. Who are you? Says to the door.
I guess you'll have to open it and find out.
Goes, Zeke! Need you out here. Mr. Rucker, you don't need to come out. You can stay in there. There's no problem here. And the other guard steps out.
Just an international incident of a weapon being aimed at me, that's all.
And the guy, the one, not Zeke, but the other guy goes, you don't want to do that. And you can tell he's a little bit nervous about Ruby. And when Zeke comes in and has his gun trained on you, the guy goes to open the door, and he opens it only a slice, like only a sliver. He pokes his head out. He goes, how can I help you? To Severance. How can I help you?
Step out here, please.
I'm afraid I can't do that. Who are you?
Marymore. Duke
Okay.
of the Imperium.
Okay.
Step out if you would.
It's, one moment, please.
No.
Yeah,
This
one
is
moment.
Of utmost importance.
I understand. I
Don't
have
want
to.
to do that.
Can I get a persuade from you?
I would love to.
I need a social standing persuade.
Ooh, I pressed the wrong button. Wrong button.
Not the wrong button. That's how this whole episode started.
The wrong button. What am I doing? I'm persuade.
Yes, please.
Social
standing.
standing.
Yes, please.
I have zero idea what I'm doing. Okay. That's profession. Okay, persuade. Here we go.
9. That looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. I do like it. I do indeed like that very much.
And luck is every session, right?
Every
Yes.
session.
Okay.
Full luck every session. And he goes, all right, he goes, Zeke, there's some kind of Imperial Duke here. I think it's the one that's supposed to be marrying, the one that, and he just says,
Me.
don't tell Ruby. And he sort of steps out and shuts the door behind him. And he comes to the hall and he goes, you're the one marrying that Terrica? He says to Severance.
No. Yeah. No.
You're an Imperial Duke, right? And that's what I heard. There was a Imperial Duke here.
Oh, yes. Oh, that's me then.
Okay, well, what are you doing here?
I was looking for my betrothed.
Oh. Right. And you can tell he's like, nervous. Like, oh, okay. Well, that means, like, you can see this calculation in his very, very complicated mind about, like, oh, that means he knows that they're there. So then, what does that mean? What do I do? Like, it's like, oh no, because like there was like, oh, maybe nobody knows that they're there. So then, but now you know that they're there.
It's a situation to be a mook.
Yeah.
A sticky
Luke is having a hard
situation
time.
to be a guy who doesn't fight. All right.
You got backup. I got you.
Can I, sure. Yep. I will, I just have to, tell, Mr. Rucker that you're here, and then I'm sure I can get you in.
I'm sorry, who?
Mr. Rucker. If you don't mind, your
No, I don't know.
lordship, I will step inside. I
Yes.
will just, if you will wait one moment, if that's all right. And he sort of does a bow, and he kind of opens the door back in, shuts it. He goes,
What are we doing, Quint?
Mr. Rucker?
Don't know.
I don't either.
Terrica didn't give me any inputs. Just
I have no input either. I'll just
That
be
Duke's
the
here.
man I can't.
Do
And
you know who's in there?
it's now
It's
Ruby's turn.
Val's father, apparently.
Ruby comes out of this back room, shuts the door behind him. He's now wearing a white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled
Out
up.
of the back room into the, like, where I
The
am?
big living room
To where Terrica is.
where Terrica
We're
is.
outside still
Yep.
for now.
And he steps in and he goes, well now, what's happening here? And the mook that had just stepped in goes like, sir,
Well,
there's
now.
the
Sorry,
Duke
there's the McCree.
is waiting outside to speak. And he goes, well, why don't we let him in? And not Zeke, but the other mook opens the door and goes, my lord, you can come in.
Thank you. I waltz in.
Mm-hmm.
And the back room is where Sue is, right?
Yeah, and that door is closed
And that door is closed.
because Ruby shut the door behind
now.
him when he came out. For now. For now.
And it's just
And
like a
you walk
regular
into-
old swingy door. It's not like a crazy sci-fi you can't get through here haha door.
No, it's like a nice sort of like, it looks like a really nice hardwood. You know what I mean? Like a
Okay.
really nice sort of wooden door with a nice sort of gold handle.
Yeah,
You would probably assume this is probably going to the bedroom. Like this is looking at the sort of the space. This is
Right.
probably the bedroom and the bathroom sort of area. And he sort of steps out and he sort of looks at both of you, and you've got Terrica who's there. You've got this guy who, by the way, looks exactly like Sue. Exactly like Sue. He looks a little older, but with his shirt sort of kind of open. You can tell he's actually very ropey and muscular. And you've got these two guys who currently do not have guns trained on anybody, but they do have automatic pistols. And this brings us to Terrica. As Ruby says, well, I did not expect I'd be having guests. Well, Zeke, why don't you get them something to drink? And Zeke's like, yes, sir. And all these two guards seem just very nervous around him. Like they just don't want to set him off or do anything that would make him upset. And Zeke rushes off to that sort of the side, the other side of the room, the other opposite of where that door is, to where the bar is, and he sort of pours out a couple of different glasses of Malort, and he brings them over and he sets them on the glass table by the big couches. Everything is white and glass. And Ruby says, well, to what do I owe the privilege of these two nobles in my suite? This is the one you said fiancés, it seems. Is that right?
So are you talking to me?
Yes, I was told that you were
I
the...
couldn't tell, guys, because of your lack of bow.
Forgive me. And he sort of does this bow, but you can tell it is irritated, right?
Mhm.
He's like he feels like
That
he
an
shouldn't have to.
irritated flourish you did there?
Yeah, and it's there's a he was told you're imperial, so he doesn't actually give you any of the flourish to it. He just kind of gives you a basic bow. And Liege Terrica. And he does a bow, and he does actually a very nice Drinaxian bow with a little bit of like an extension of the leg as he sort of comes down a bit and comes back up.
Terrica
You-
does not reciprocate. Although they did, I think I was muted, they did look at Severance when he came into the room. And then there was the like, oh, this is the person to marry. And Terrica was like, in their mind, they're like, what game is he playing? Like, but all they say out loud to Ruby,
And
they
I
don't bow
wink.
back. You wink. Terrica's got their like diplomatic mask on right now.
Mm-hmm.
I've got my
So they
diplomatic vest on, so that's good.
well, one of us should.
Yep.
So they don't respond to Severance other than like looking at him. But I think Severance probably knows Terrica well enough at this point that there's the like surprise in their eyes at seeing him. But then they turn back to Ruby and all they say is, I'm here for Val.
I said what I said to get me in the room. I'm here for my crewmate and my friend Val as well. Thanks for letting me in, by the way, as I sort of nod toward the guard.
And the guard is like, oh no. When they leave, I'm going to be in so much trouble. You can just see this like panic on this guard's face. And he says, well. You all have come to see Val, is that right?
To bring him back to the ship. We have a crew meeting.
We didn't see Val. We're going to escort Val.
Well, afraid that as a representative of a seam, I'm going over some of the details of the awards ceremony that the Legion of Honor that Val will be getting. at the banquet. We have business.
Does that require beating someone, or was that simply pleasure?
The hell?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I would like to know if he's lying. I would like to do the thing where I see if he's lying.
Ah,
Deception social.
I mean,
yes,
Terrica
that is
saw
correct.
it, so like,
That is correct. That is correct.
And this is why you are here, my friend. Gab, silver tongue, do your shit.
Mhm,
Okay.
That's a 13, my friend.
That is a 13.
Yeah.
That is a 13. I will roll mine just to see, how he does against that. It's probably not going to be a 13. It is not.
Ooh.
Mhm.
I'm going to tell you something about him. He's a good liar. He's a very good liar.
But I'm better.
And he seems to be, let me say, very practiced in denying doing violence to people who don't need to know that he's done violence to them. You think to yourself, oh, if I were just some regular person, I would probably think that he was telling the truth. But, oh, he's lying. And there's not only is he lying, there's a bit of an enjoyment when the word violence hit his, just a little spark of pleasure. As if this was something, you sparked a pleasant memory in his mind, as he denies having done anything at all. Well, that's
Lie.
quite the accusation. Excuse me.
I saw it with my
Lying.
own eyes.
I'm no liar.
Well, I trust
I'm
them.
one of the most important people on a seam. I don't know if we've met.
I'm not sure if you realize, but we're not on a seam. We're on Drinax.
No, but my influence carries quite far.
Is it?
Oh. You know,
So do the stories. So do your crops. Yes.
yes. As a matter of fact, I noticed that you all are doing quite well when it comes to food here on this floating tin palace. It would be terrible if you didn't get any more, wouldn't it? I
It would
feel
be.
like you've been insulting me.
Is the truth an insult now?
The
No,
Come,
calling
let's
him-
not
Calling him a
hide
liar
things.
is an insult, Terrica.
Well, we
Doesn't
haven't
like
done
it.
that.
Doesn't like it. It
don't.
We
hurts
haven't
his
said
feelings.
anything untrue.
At this point, Val, your mother has walked you up to the 6th floor, holding your hand in the suit the entire way. Quint, the elevator doors open.
Yeah. I'm probably at the door again so I can listen.
And you see the suit, Val in it, and you see this woman, dark hair, dressed modestly, beautiful, young, probably not that old actually, in her 20s. And she's holding his hand, and she's holding his hand, right? If I'm here and if I'm her and the suit is here, they're side by side. The hand that's not this hand that's close to him is holding the hand, but the other one. She's holding his hand across her body, and the other hand is on his back, reassuringly. The back of this suit.
He's
And-
ridden on Drinax before. We're in the ambassador's quarters. I'm not going to question it all that much.
She's not dressed like the Drinaxians, though. Like,
Yeah,
the
but we're in the
Drinaxians all have
ambassador's suite, which means she
Yes.
could be somebody else. She could be someone from
She's-
Steam. She could be someone from the Imperial space.
Could
don't
be.
know.
You don't know.
I'm not gonna. We've got other things to worry about
Yeah.
now. Not this random
Yeah.
one with Val. I'll just
Yeah.
quietly say to Val, Severance just went in. Everything's been quiet so far. Like, just update him. And I'm obviously ready. I've got an axe
Yeah.
and a gun just in case.
Well,
yeah.
is this one of your little friends now, Valentine?
No.
Oh. Well, who are you two?
Quint Vesper. This is the Harlock. We are crewmates.
Ah, well, my name is June. This is my son, Valentine.
Nice to meet you.
Seems you two know each other already.
Crewmates. We've worked together. Sometimes.
Well, my son is here to go and ask someone to dance, I think.
Well, Terrica's inside here, and Severance just went in 2 minutes and 37 seconds ago.
Well,
The door is locked, but I could fix that quickly.
all right now, Valentine. You gonna go ask whoever that is in there to go and dance? Is it the Severance or is it the Terrica? Which one?
Severance will bring them out.
All
I know
right,
he will.
then. Okay. Should we go knock on the door?
I can't, Mama. Severance will bring them out.
Valentine.
We gotta trust Severance, Mama. You can't go in there.
Why
I
can't I
can't
go in there? Why can't we go
Mama.
in there?
Mama, you can't go in there.
What is your name? Quint, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
By the way, she looks way too young.
You know,
To
I'm just
be
thinking,
his
like,
mother.
man, those anti-aging drugs must be. You know, the Cirque talks a lot of shit about enhancements, but they seem to work great. That's what I'm thinking right now.
Real
Yeah.
nice.
Well, now, what's going on? My son is very upset right now.
Just to give Lindy something here too, you can see
Yeah, Val's
Val,
acting weird.
the screen has dropped, so you can actually see Val's face
Okay.
behind the clear. You've never seen him look so manic. His
Okay.
eyes are everywhere. His face is twitching. You can tell that. Honestly, probably whenever you saw Terrica under the effects of the psionic drugs is probably as close to what Val looks like right now.
Very
Just
distressed. In distress. Yeah.
absolutely, and not just emotionally. Like this is a biological
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah.
This is a physiological manifestation of a lot of shit.
Yeah.
I've seen that on other people, never on Val before like this though.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Quint is gonna to shift a little less aggressive on the put the gun down. I need the axe. I only need the axe anyway. But doesn't put the axe away and just says, "Let's give Severance a few minutes. He's very good talking, and if we hear anything out of the ordinary, I will sever this door at the molecular level, and we will enter."
Inside the room, Ruby looks at Severance and Terrica and says, well, this is getting somewhat hostile, which I don't particularly appreciate. I will
Nor do I.
send Dr. Morrissey along to that ship as soon as we're done having a conversation. Won't be much
How
longer.
long do you think you'll be?
Oh, not too long. I probably can send him along in about 30 minutes or so.
That's a bit too long.
Oh, he just needs a bit of cleanup, so. Once he's cleaned up, I'll send him right along.
From the talk you had with him,
That's right.
from the preparations you've made with him to the ceremony that you need
That
to
is
clean
correct.
him up after the discussion you've had, you can
Yes, that is correct.
understand where the holes in your logic make sense and where I see that
Well.
you're lying.
Again, I don't like being called a liar. It makes me twitchy.
Yikes. I don't like it either, but I'm a hell of a good one.
Hmm.
I could see and spot a poor one when they're in front of me.
Now, and you are exactly who?
Baron Severance?
Ah, yes. I might have heard of you, and I certainly have heard of Terrica quite a few times. as a matter of fact. But I
How many times have you heard Baron Severance? Just
quite a few,
okay, good.
quite a few.
Right.
I mean, I imagine you're quite famous and all. So,
About the same
If-
amount as Terrica, or a little bit more.
oh, I've heard a bit more about Terrica, but I feel like we've, please have a drink. I feel like we might have gotten off the wrong foot.
I think we have, yes.
Yes. So, I don't have any problems with you all, and if I might give some advice to you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
The
Well-
drink.
Oh, yes. And he just looks at Zeke, and Zeke moves very quickly to hand both of them the drinks, and then one to Ruby. And Ruby sort of smells it. Thank you. So, Terrica, I heard that you were going to be engaged as some sort of Imperial Duke.
Is there a question in there?
No, not yet. I was just wanting for a confirmation, really. Is that true? I mean, that's what I heard. Everybody around the palace is talking about it.
I've been engaged to several people if you have spoken with Lady Hill at all.
I've not yet had the pleasure of having a full conversation with Lady Hill. She's a very busy woman, that Lady Hill.
Hmm.
She wasn't taking calls from someone from a seam when she had so much to do. But I thought I would give you a little bit of advice, a bit of fatherly advice, which maybe you could use. I don't think marrying an Imperial Duke's a good idea. See, my understanding of this fellow is that he's from very far away and cannot bring much to Drinax, whereas other people might be able to. I am not the representative of a seam here on the floating palace, although perhaps the next election I will become one. Nonetheless, let me introduce myself. I'm Rudolph Rucker, the largest landholder in all of a seam and the head efficiency coordinator for all of the agriculture on that planet. All the food that comes off of a seam comes through me. And I make sure that the crops are bountiful. They all arrive here in the floating palace, well, all that you might need. I myself am far more interesting and useful and important than some Imperial Duke from far away. Now, I think, if you want my opinion, the best thing that you could do is solidify the alliance between a seam and Drinax by marrying somebody worthy from a seam. And Mr. Valentine Morrissey, Dr. Morrissey, is going to be getting a Legion of Honor, making him quite, I think, respectable.
Terrica will move because we haven't moved at all to the seats, right? Okay.
Mhm.
So then they're not going to move. They're just going to no, they are going to move. They're going to move very intentionally toward the end table, and then they're going to set their glass down on the end table, and then they're going to turn back to Rucker, and they're going to say, Lady Hill had plans for my life. An ancient warlord had plans for my life. Yours pale in comparison. What makes you think I would choose you? Your plans.
Baron Severance of the Vexbexers, I believe. College friend of Dr. Morrissey.
Yes.
Thick as thieves, you two, but not as thick as
Admiral
Admiral.
Severance
Oh, well,
of the
very
Gambler.
impressive. Huh. Well, let me just put it this way. If you...
Sorry, Admiral Drinax, excuse me, I forgot.
Oh,
Admiral, ship comes with more than our ship.
well, you two actually care about the well-being of this planet, then I think perhaps you might want to take my advice into consideration.
Is that a
See.
threat, sir?
Fine, I'll marry you.
Oh, I'm a widower. My wife died in a tragic accident, and I'm
Oh,
afraid
all
I
right,
could
well.
never remarry.
Oh,
Breaks
darn.
my heart to
Okay,
think
well,
about it.
figure that out. Is Val ready?
I'd have to check. He might be ready. And, Terrica? Just Terrica, I imagine. I was told that's what you prefer. I think you really want to contemplate the future of this place and the health of the people of this place. Dr. Morrissey's a brilliant surgeon and doctor, can heal people. Boy of great
He
character.
is. He is.
And you'd have no better spouse than Dr. Morrissey. And the people of this floating place do enjoy eating food. Give me one moment. I'll just go check on Dr. Morrissey to make sure he's ready to go. But again,
Thank you.
think about what's best for the people. Isn't that what you nobles always do?
I hear you.
Good. Pleased. Excuse me. And Baron Severance, you and I might want to one day have a conversation or two. Admiral Baron Severance, excuse me. He's going to step into that back room.
Take your time. How many
That's
guards
where
are in
we
this
go to-
room?
Two.
Okay, thank you.
That's when I take our break as he steps back into the room. And we'll see how that ends up in
While
10
he's gone,
minutes.
While he's gone, I have plans.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
excited.
Plans.
Yeah, you can talk about it, but we're going to go to break.
Love it. Woo!
10 minutes. We'll be right back, everybody. We'll be back in 10. Go and stretch your legs, drink some. Welcome back. We are in a very tense situation where they've come to try to rescue Sue, but from his father. His father. We're at Quint's turn. Quint, you're outside with the Harlock.
I
And
am.
with-
And Val and Val's mom, apparently.
Yes.
I know nothing of Val's backstory, so I'm like, oh, okay, cool. His mom looks great for her age. That's awesome. Love it.
She does.
She seems real nice.
Val collapses.
Oh.
Oh, shit.
Just straight collapses.
Okay. I would like to check for vitals. He said the face shield was down, so I should be able to.
Can you roll me medical?
I will roll you jack of all trades.
Sure.
And like feel for breath because I don't need to be
Yeah, yeah.
medically proficient
Yeah,
to feel
absolutely.
for breath.
Yeah.
Pulse, breath. That's
Yeah.
all cool.
Yeah.
Here, what intellect?
Uh,
Because I'm like trying to figure something out
well,
right now.
You have a choice, actually.
Oh, do I?
Yes.
I love that.
You can do intellect,
Mm-hmm.
for the figuring things out.
Yeah.
You can also roll psionic strength. It's just kind of up to you, actually.
Yeah, I don't know
what you would like to
why
base
Quentin
your
would roll
medic on.
psionic strength because
I know, it's weird.
that's what that
I
would
know.
be. Also, it's at a negative, so I don't. If I'm picked between two, I think I'll just pick
Yeah.
intellect because.
Okay. Cool.
Also,
Cool.
again, Quentin's still figuring out the psionic shit.
Yeah.
Quinn has no reason to believe
just asking.
that anything is going on psionically with Val because
Yeah.
I've seen psionic combat now with the Harlock and it didn't look like this.
That was fun. No. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 8. 8
intellect.
is what you need. He is breathing, actually.
You got pulse?
By the way, the minute he drops, his mother disappears completely.
Fucking
She's just
shit,
gone.
fuck. Okay, that's weird. She can teleport too?
And he seems to be asleep.
Okay.
Like, he's fallen into some kind of... He must be exhausted, right? And the suit is very
He seemed
comfortable.
really in distress and stressed, and I've lived on the streets for like 18 years. I've
He
seen
might have
people
fainted.
have like an anxiety attack and like pass out.
Yep.
I'm gonna assume it's something like that, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I know he's in the suit; it's really heavy, but I'm really strong with my arm.
You are very strong, yes.
Can I like drag him off to the side so he's not immediately outside of the door? Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what I'd like to do with my turn, and I'm still keeping an ear up. I'm just gonna drag him over and ask the Harlock to keep an eye on him.
Mm-hmm. The Harlock will absolutely do that.
Thanks. Thank you, Harlock. This is yeah. He's under a lot of stress right now. Don't know why, but it's a thing. Also, I guess she could teleport too. I don't know. It's fine, anyways. I'm gonna stand back by the door.
As you stand by the door, waiting to hear, and you can hear the muffled conversation that was happening.
Yeah, I'm waiting for an exclamation. I'm waiting for anything.
The symbol. And this gives us the Hunters and Ruby's back in the room. And Ruby just sort of, he's going to go into the door to go and pick up Val, who's just in there, just doing what you do. And he just says, by the way, I just thought I'd mention before I pick up Dr. Morrissey that as the main person who's in charge of making sure Drinax gets fed, it would be terrible if anything happened to me, because then all the sort of very delicate sorts of machinery and elements of food production would probably just fail, and that would be bad for everyone.
Am I threatening?
Oh.
I have a threatening presence?
No, of course not. You seem quite reasonable.
All right.
I just wanted to let you know that I'm not a threat. It's just that I have a special touch with keeping things efficient and motivating people. And were something to happen to me, that would be, well, catastrophic.
This is a threat. Now you're threatening us with a veiled threat.
Well, I want to keep our relationship friendly. Excuse me.
I want to keep our relationship on time, and if you would do do the honors of doing what you said you were going to do moments ago, and not keep stirring my time.
I just wanted us to be all on the same page.
And I just wanted us to be efficient. Efficiency coordinator of a scene.
Don't worry, Rucker. We're all on the same page about the fact that if we don't follow your plan, if I don't do exactly what you're asking, then you will stop the food to Drinax.
Well, I never said
it
that.
It will be inevitable. Well, you certainly
I never said that, actually. I just
that it
noted...
was going to be very hard for you to do that without someone following your plan. Did I jump too far down the line?
I think you misunderstood me. What I said was that it is better for everyone, for the health of the people of Asim and the health of the people of Drinax, for good, friendly relations. That's what all I was saying. And actually, that it might be much better for you to marry someone like Dr. Morrissey than some strange imperial duke. Better
And
for
what
everyone.
happens if I don't?
Well, let's hope it never comes to that. I'm gonna
No,
go
I
and
want to
get.
know. Please
Well,
explain it to me like I'm a small child.
well,
Okay.
What
well,
happens if I don't marry Dr. Morrissey?
well. Let's hope we don't find out. Nonetheless, I'm gonna go get him if you don't mind.
Please.
And also, um, it's been lovely to meet you, Terrica, and also Baron Severance. Uh, I did have some questions to ask you later about the things you did in college. Interesting things I've heard. If you'll excuse me,
mm.
he steps into the room, shuts the door behind him. He goes through this bedroom and into the bathroom. He opens the door to the bathroom. And Val, you remember 15 minutes ago, maybe, you were in the bathroom. You were bloody. And your father he had a washcloth and he was wiping off the blood from your back. And you remember him saying, it's okay, it's okay. You just weren't behaving right. And it's that thing, it was always how it works, right? He would get violent and then he would clean you up. And that was like some of the only times you remember him acting like a good father that wasn't in public. But even then, it was, tricky. And you remember that. You remember that as if it were a dream. And in this moment, you wake up from your dream and there he is. And he goes, all right, Valentine. And you're in this body that feels strange to you because actually you don't feel the Viridian hand. It seems to be a normal hand. Now, not everybody can see the Viridian hand. Sometimes it emerges, sometimes it doesn't, but it feels different. You feel different somehow. All right, now, Valentine, you've got some friends of yours outside. I didn't tell them anything. That Terrica is there. Come on, get up.
Yes, sir.
You know what you got to do. Put on your shirt. Play nice. Don't let them know what's going on. Why'd they come get you, boy?
They're my friends.
Well, you're going to have to do a lot of work now, son. He just kind of pokes your chest. They're asking too many questions, getting a bit suspicious. I need you to make sure they all feel more comfortable. And he just puts his hand on your shoulder. He just squeezes with his grip just a little bit too tight. He says, I don't want you to mess this up. You understand me?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Good. Now, put on your shirt. Go back out there. And I need you to go make nice. You're going to go off with them. They say they got some sort of crew meeting that you're supposed to go to. Make sure everything seems normal. Don't wince or twitch or make it look like anything out of the order, or else we're going to have to talk about it the next time I see you. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir. I understand.
Good. All right. Now, got this banquet coming up. I'm going to give you this Legion of Honor. It's going to be a great, great honor. It'll make you seem very eligible. Your job to marry that Terrica. Understand me?
Yes, sir.
Good. Then he just slaps your cheek in a friendly way, but a little bit not very friendly. Yeah, you're a good boy. You know how to do what you're told. You don't want to disappoint your old man.
No, sir.
Good. All right. He looks you up and down. You look all right. Let's go.
I saw Mama.
Sure you did. I was a bit of a dreamer like your mother. I hated that about her. Too much dreaming. Let's go, son. I mean, Dr. Morrissey. Let's go.
I saw
Button
Mama.
up. Your mother's dead.
You sure?
Yes, I am. Don't talk
ain't.
nonsense.
Sir.
Val, your mother's long dead. You saw it with your own eyes. Her death was a lesson to you about what happens when you disobey me. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Good.
But she ain't gone.
You need to hold it together. Don't get to crack up on me now. Not one this close.
Yes, sir.
By the way, I just want to remind you something. Remember that, your favorite cow? I don't know why you had a favorite cow, but you had a favorite cow. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Remember what happened to that cow when you disappointed me?
Yes, sir.
Anything you love, Val, I can take away from you if you disappoint me. I hope you understand that as you go outside to meet your friends. Act nice. Act right.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Senior mother. He opens up the door out of the bathroom.
Her name was June.
I know what her name was. Don't crack up on me. Gotta act right in public. Don't. Shape up. Don't embarrass me.
Yes, sir.
Come on. Let's go.
He'd start to walk forward.
He leads the way till you go through the bedroom. He opens the door. Terrica and Severance, I will say this entire time, the guards are feeling kind of stressed. They're looking very stressed indeed.
Yes, good. As soon as he was to disappear into the room, I am going to turn to both of the guards and say, you know, you are on a sinking ship.
Sorry, what?
There's a fire on the cargo deck and you can't vent the air. You will burn alive.
And they both look
Think
at each other
about it.
like this doesn't. They are clearly uncomfortable with this situation. They don't know what's happening, right? Like that's what's going on. They have no idea what's happening right now.
Your boss was just in there, Terrica, beating on Val, yes? As I'm looking for answers from the guards.
We don't. We don't. We're not supposed to talk to you.
And here we are, talking to me.
We don't know anything.
Already been done now, so why does it matter if you keep talking?
Sorry, we don't. I'm sorry. We don't. We're just here to make sure Mr. Rucker's safe.
That's all right. You don't need to really talk. You just need to listen. You do understand that Mr. Rucker and Mr. Morrissey are in fact related, yes?
They look at each other with this look of, not like they're surprised, but maybe they're surprised that you said it, and they're just like, and they're clearly
In-
not certain what to say at all
Yes.
at this point.
In this moment, while Severance is talking to them and they have this like, oh goodness, like distraction, right? Terrica is just gonna move to sit on the couch as if like that's just they're just done standing. Very normal. And then while Severance continues this conversation, they're going to tuck the flechette pistol and the darts into the couch. Deep into the couch.
I'm gonna need Dex stealth from you with a Severance. I need a roll from you.
All right.
Can I get your social, either persuasion or deception, depending on where you're going? No, that's up to you.
Very well. Very well.
Mm-hmm.
Persuade.
Persuade.
And do I want to use my luck here?
You can decide afterwards.
Okay, you're right.
By the way, what you're doing... Ooh, 12.
Ooh.
Yes.
Never mind.
So persuasive.
Good without the luck.
Let me make a quick roll here for these fellas. Okay, so you beat them by
me what will happen.
7.
Nice.
Please make a plus. You are granting a +3 to this roll.
Me?
Your
wow.
Dex. Yes, that's a
Okay.
This is a chain roll.
Thank you.
You're granting
welcome. I
Terrica
meant to.
+3 to this roll.
And just to be clear, the bug that Terrica has on them, they're being careful to not let it see their hands, right? Because the bug is on
Yes.
their lapel, so this is all tucked below there. Okay.
I see.
Oh, look at those double sixes.
Oh
That's
yes.
a crit.
Yeah.
They don't nothing. Like, you are able to put this exactly where you want it, exactly how you want it. Like, you could make it basically hidden so they're not going to note it, but if people came to search this place, they would definitely find it. That kind of a thing. Like, you as Severance is distracting, you have, oh yeah, that's a 16. And it's you get a bit of an extra flair with this one, right? So like,
Ooh. So
I
like,
also had a flare gun.
just a flare gun, just random flare gun,
It's
just
a
tuck it into the
flechette pistol
side.
and an extra flare gun.
yeah.
That's what Trooper said.
So you get an extra flair because that's an extraordinary success thanks to Severance distracting. So you get one extra bonus here.
Thank you.
You notice something. What you notice is like a small, it's not a wallet, right? It's like a small, like a little, kind of like a pocketbook, you know what I mean? Like a little, it's, I suppose
Like
it's sort of like a wallet.
passport-sized?
Yeah, passport, because like, wallets are, right? It's tucked away. It's clearly like a personal effect that is on the table, like it looks like what you actually see there, right? It's the table where he was sitting, and you've got this like personal effect, his watch, which he's taken off, his rings, which he took off, probably didn't want to get DNA on them, and like
It's so
cudgel.
hard to get blood out of rings.
It is, and a small cudgel.
And I'm glad you know that.
That would allow it, but the cudgel itself is like actually a little bit sharpened so that it's like a whip, but it's not as long and flexible, and it's blood caked. But there's a small little like a little passport type thing that's on that table, which you can also pick up fairly easily with that roll.
I would definitely love to pick that up.
If you look at it, because that's a 16, it's like it's a photograph on the inside of Val, his father, and his mother. Val's probably 8 or 9. On a seam. And on the other side, there's, credits. It's not exactly his wallet, but it's some sort of personal effect that he keeps with him. And like a small silver key, looks quite old.
Man, I want to take these things so bad.
They're all on the inside of this little,
In fact, let's take the key and the picture. They'll take the key and the picture and tuck them into their pocket, but leave the wallet.
The fold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quint, what are you doing? As you've dragged this body off.
Back at the door, I'm listening. I'm listening for
Mhm.
a scream, a gunshot, a stabbing. I'm very
Mhm.
familiar with all these sounds, so I'm gonna.
Yes, you are.
I'm just gonna. I'm
With your
listening.
fever?
Yes, I am. I'm listening at the door with
Mm.
my axe
Ready?
ready.
Mhm.
Ready.
The door opens and Val, not outside, but
Wait.
into the main living room, comes
I
through
was
with
still
Ruby.
monologuing.
Oh, so please go. Please go. Oh, you're right. You're threatening them. Please go ahead.
I
Please
was
go ahead. Yes, yes,
I
yes.
wasn't threatening. I was
No, no.
persuading.
You're persuading them. I forgot. Please go ahead. I know. You're about to turn them. You're about to flip them. I got you.
That's right. Thank you. I believe we left off when I said you are aware that they are related, and they went, "Whoa."
More like.
Yeah, like. Yeah, right. And then
You
I
did a really
say,
good. Can I just get a deception intellect from you for these dudes? Just a general. You know what I mean? General sense of that for them, to see how you read them in this
Yeah.
moment.
It was a 9. It's not.
I
no,
rolled a 9.
I didn't. You rolled a 9. Did I roll?
I rolled a 9. You
I
didn't roll yet.
shit, did I? Okay.
No,
Weird. Let me try this again.
Intellect
Huzzah.
deception. They're
6.
beating you by 3. But I do think that you should get a boon to this. So if you could roll just 1d6, and we'll replace that 1 with the whatever you roll, because
one more d6.
you know people. Yeah, you know people like this. They're not,
Yeah.
great. And you kind of threaten them a little bit. So that'll take you to a 7. So they're still beating you by 2, which means you're not going to be able to read them very well. Right? So this is about your reading where they're at, like what's going on in their minds, right?
That's all right. I will. I mean, it makes sense. I'm also talking. So I continue to say. Then so you are aware that they are family, and in there, behind these doors, is Ruby's son. Ruby's son. I don't even know his name. Ruby's son. His own father. How long do you think you'll survive in the position that you're in if things were to go wrong? It's only a matter of time before the ship sinks or the ship catches fire. It's only a matter of time before the ruse is up. It's only a matter of time before the fields are not free anymore. You understand? And then where will you stand, both of you? I would assume you would not stand any higher than his son, who's in there. Own flesh and blood. I'm sure your worth or your pay is much more valuable than blood.
The free fields thing is taken care of. We got that guy. So I mean that's not gonna be a problem.
Got
Did
that
you
guy?
really?
Yeah.
As I sort of look toward the door. You got that guy.
Yeah. I mean, Ruby did, yeah. So we
Who
don't have to
was
worry
it?
about that. The white
You
rabbit.
really think that it's all gone?
Yeah, we got him. So and we're gonna announce it and everything. We got him.
You're going to announce it?
Well, not me. Mr. Rucker will. We got him. It's gonna be a big deal. It's gonna be at the banquet.
So-
We're gonna reveal the thing.
So
So I
you've-
mean, we're not going down. It's all
So you've picked up the bait. That's very
What?
good for Ruby.
what? I mean, no, I
Oh,
mean,
it's good that you were able to snatch on to the bait.
Zeke.
For
What
his
do you mean,
little
bait?
plan. For his plan, you snatched onto the bait of his entire plan. Of course, him saying that they've caught the white rabbit, they snared him up, even though you know that he has been the white rabbit this whole time.
Oh,
You've been played.
what? What? Who?
Your boss.
Mr. Rucker's not the White Rabbit.
Fine. Believe what you will. But
Give me a
it
deception check.
That still doesn't apply your worth versus his son. Deception social.
Social. Mm-hmm.
Good.
Did you increase your social, by the way, by 1 to 13?
It is 13, yeah.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You want me to do it again? Because I will. Yes, no, it is 13.
You got up from 12 to 13.
Social. Huzzah.
Mm.
Ooh.
What do you mean? He
Mm, I
can't be the White
don't
Rabbit. That makes no
think
sense. I mean,
I-
he's been chasing that guy for like 15 years, 12, 10 years.
You're not safe here. You aren't safe where you are. You know that. I know that.
Yep.
And as soon as this door opens, which could be at any moment now, as soon as I'm done talking, it could all be over for you. Or you could walk out that door, and I could tell you where our ship is. We actually just happen to have a suite open up.
Mr.
What's
Rucker,
he
you don't.
paying you?
He's paying us real well.
Well,
Real well.
I could match it, or even further.
I don't think you can match 750
Look
credits
where
every
you
month.
are. You are in a palace made of gold. Every system wants this metal, and here it's free, just like your fields were.
I need a persuasion from you.
Another?
That was deception, but this is persuasion.
Oh yes. This one is persuasion.
This is the.
Da da
yeah.
da da
Mhm. And
da.
please take a. I'd say take a boon because
I'll take the boon. I'm still taking the boon.
Take the boon.
Take the boon.
because yeah because
That's an 18.
yep. No, that'll take you to 14. So it replaces. Yeah, because some people are very violent. You know what I mean? So yeah.
And I'm gonna
It's like-
dump all of my
Oh.
luck into it.
Well,
So it's now a
Look.
17.
we can't betray Mr. Rucker. I mean, he'd kill us.
So he's going to kill you if you stay here.
He wouldn't.
Walk out the door. Walk out the door and walk away from your fate.
You don't have to die.
We can't do that. And
Yes,
as
you
they
can.
say that, we can't do that. And you say, yes, you can. And they're like, no. And you just see them backing towards the door, right? Just like, they're like, no, we couldn't do that.
Where's our
That'd be,
docking bay? Because as they're sort of leaving, I'm going to
Yeah.
just tell them where that is.
Well, I mean, we never, we can't betray Mr. Rucker because he would kill
Would
us.
never.
And you just see them
Yes.
both moving right towards that door.
Terrica will like turn to follow them, but they're primarily just trying to keep the bug like tracking
Yeah.
all of the video here.
And they just like open the door and they're like, and they just turn to walk out because you can tell that when you said that he would kill them if he did that to his son, he would just absolutely kill them. And then like you sort of implied that he was the White Rabbit, and you could just tell that they were like, oh, you got this. Like they bought it and they believed it, and they are so afraid of him that
Taking the
they're-
kids' rooms.
Yeah, they're leaving, right? And they just like step
That's right.
and they're like, And Zeke goes, "Oh, you said you'd protect us. Is that right? Is that right?
To me,
Is it, yeah, is that right? You're gonna protect us from him?"
of course. He's nothing. He's a what is he? He's a supervisor to fields. He's no corsair.
Um, can you get our families out? Also, he'll kill them.
Won't make it that far.
He's got my brother and got Jinx's mother.
Has he done that before?
Yeah, don't cross
Oh,
him
no.
ever. So, just have to get our family out.
See what
And
we
they
can do. No promise.
Turned to walk out where Quint is.
Yeah, I'm at the door,
Oh,
and I glance to look because this isn't Terrica, and I look and I see Terrica behind them, and I have like the look of.
And
Do I
Terrica will
need to
just
murder
like
them?
no, Terrica will do the like shake of the head, like
Yeah.
let
Then
them
I'll
let them
like
go.
from a being very intense, like very intense. I'll just the axe is already out. I'll just
Yeah.
it'll go back in, and I'll lean back
Yeah, little
just
wave.
enough for them to pass by.
Right.
and they kind of pass by sideways just to make sure that, because they saw that and they're like, "That is not a normal looking thing. That is not normal."
It's not. Yeah, and I just go, "I'm Terrica's bodyguard. Nice to meet you."
They nod, tuck their weapons in, and they walk out.
Yeah, and I give them the nod of like, "You better, good." Like when they put their weapons away, I'm like, "Good, yeah." Mm-hmm.
And the doors open, Quint, and inside you don't see anybody but Terrica and Severance.
As I probably am looking
I
towards
put
the
my
door as
foot in
them
the door
leaving.
so it doesn't
Yeah.
close, and I just go, "Do
Mhm.
you want me in or out?"
It's about to get complicated.
Okay.
The door opens.
And as I imagine as the door to the front shuts, and I just step in, and I'm just standing here, with arms
Mhm.
crossed, so I don't look as ominous. as I
Terrica
did.
Terrica will turn so that like it's like because Quint had just said bodyguard, so Terrica will turn to put Quint on the right side, the correct side for bodyguarding.
Mm-hmm.
And Val and Ruby, or Sue, what looks like Sue, walk through this door together.
We'll
I'm
figure
going
that
to
out
note
soon.
something about Val. Val looks, well, he's dressed.
That's new.
But he looks a little younger, like not a lot younger. He just looks a little smoother. Slightly idealized version of himself in a way. Just a little smoother. Like some of the lines are not there. It's very subtle. If you have been paying a lot of attention to him, right, and you've been seeing him regularly, unlike some people who've not seen him for a while, he just looks a little bit more like an idealized version of himself. Just a little bit, and they both walk through. Well, as I promised, Dr. Valentine Morrissey, the recipient of the esteemed Legion of Honor, at your service. Isn't that right, Dr. Morrissey?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you don't have to call me sir, but what a very polite and upstanding young man. And
Val?
you are, he says, looking at Quint.
Terrica's bodyguard.
Erica's butt. Yes. Erica's butt.
Makes sense. Well, my name is Dr. I wish. Mr. Rudolph Rucker, largest landholder on a seam and in charge of all efficiency for agriculture. Nice to meet you.
And I've just got like straight up military face. Like I've been in military. It's just whoop. I'm doing
Well.
duty. I'm just bodyguarding. You know.
Now, You two make a fine-looking couple, if I do say so myself. Don't you think so, Baron Severance?
Fantastic. Thank you very much for helping us. Thank you, Val. How are you? Are you ready to get back to work?
Yes, Admiral.
Very well. Well then, let's be off.
I will see you all for the banquet tomorrow night. It was a pleasure to
course.
meet you, Terrica. I look forward to getting to know you better.
Terrica will just leave the room.
Sir, I would be advised as we're leaving. it would be remiss to not advise you of this. I wouldn't go into any mass gatherings or without any security. That's all. It's just
Why is
it'd be
that?
very dangerous.
Why is
Because
that?
I would assume that many people don't want you here, especially if you're beating their children.
I'm
You
well
see, everyone
loved.
here in Drinax is noble. And you've made it very clear that you are not from Drinax.
Not at the moment.
Yes.
From outside the hallway, Terrica will say, "Are you coming?"
And I'd be standing in the door so I can see Terrica, but also
Yeah.
keep the door open for them two to come out.
Yes,
And also,
yes.
I'll like my eyes to Terrica, just look at like where the Harlock and Val would be, and then look back
Yeah.
like
When
I'm like,
when
there's two Vals. This is weird.
Terrica will like look at Quint and be like, the like mouth, "I'll explain later." Hopefully, they would make sure that Ruby can't see, and then
Oh yeah.
as soon as they see that Val is on the ground, they're gonna go over to Val.
And
It's just
Ruby just steps up to the Baron. You're not threatening me, right? Because I hate being threatened.
I wouldn't be threatening you. I'm just trading a veil. Looks good on you. As you were.
Quite a few things might look good on me. One of these days, Baron
Like
Severance,
handcuffs.
you and I will be eating at the same table, I imagine. I look forward to that day.
Yes. Should let you know that I don't drink, and I actually pour the rest of the all of the contents that was in the wine, just onto onto the carpet.
The white carpet.
Yeah. Good
Because it was
evening.
red, by the way. I'll be looking
Leave this
forward to
here.
seeing you at the banquet.
Yes. Of course.
By the way, you'll do the right thing, right? Convince those two young lovebirds to get hitched, right?
It's not my choice.
Choices don't matter. What's best for everybody is what matters.
Oh, right. It's wonderful meeting you and talking with you again. I don't think we've seen each other since college. A lot has changed, I've noticed.
I don't actually think you saw me, though I did see you. Lots of stories.
Sorry. My memory is fuzzy.
I try
And
not
it's nice
be
to
so.
finally meet you, re-meet you. It doesn't matter. Good day.
Yes.
And I go and I leave. And I give him an actual Drinaxian flourish.
He kind of steps back, and he does. He
To
follows.
remind him where he is.
He follows. He's rough though, right? You saw Val's bow, his flourish, and it is
Yeah.
fluid, and it is well done, and his is rough. It doesn't
He didn't-
seem like Val learned it from him. Do you know what I mean?
Can I make a deception here? I
Yes.
wanna read this because
Yeah.
he didn't flourish before, and now that he's flourishing, I feel like he's feeling intimidated. And that is nuts if that's the case. This is gonna be deception intel, right? Or social?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Um,
And you get a boon because you've been studying him.
okay. That's cool. I'm like an assassin in 3.5 D&D.
Mhm,
I just need to
mhm,
study
mhm.
someone for 3 rounds. But in this case, it's study them for 3 rounds, and then I persuade them. I'm going to persuade them hard. I'm a persuasion.
That's
I got.
1d6.
All right,
Yeah, yeah,
roll.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. 1d6.
Yeah, yeah, I see you. So it's 13.
So it's still a 13. Okay, well,
Yeah, yeah. Because
I
that
can do it.
two, that you rolled better than that.
Yeah.
He's not intimidated by you necessarily because he doesn't. There's some things he's not noticed. He's a little bit too intent
Yeah.
on some things.
I
It was
figured
the
he didn't
shift
notice yet.
that his guards are not here. The shift was when you said that you were Baron Severance rather than Marrymore. He did not seem to recognize the name Marrymore, but he was like, "Oh, Imperial Duke." He seemed to have no use for Imperial Dukes whatsoever. Like they're not interested. He doesn't seem to even like them very much. He seems to.
Right. Me
He
too.
doesn't seem to like the Imperials. But the minute you name checked yourself as Baron Severance and an admiral, all of a sudden you became important on Drinax. It became clear he wanted to get the vibe that he's expecting
Yeah.
for you to become peers
He
pretty
wants to
soon.
network. Yeah.
He wants to network.
Yeah.
He's clearly not great at networking in a nice way, but he was it's a pivot, right? There's this pivot of
Hey,
like,
we should collab, you and I.
yes, after all of that, but like, because he didn't seem to think that he needed to, that you were in any way useful to him.
Right.
But now he does, which I wouldn't call it intimidation, but all of a sudden the power dynamic shifted.
It'll be
right.
I mean, he's gonna know something's gonna shift soon when he goes, guards.
Yeah. And
That'll be fun.
as you walk out,
Val was still in there, so Val Sue is
I'm
gonna.
still in the doorway as well because my
I
instructions
thought
it
that
was
were
last.
to
Terrica
wait for
walked Val
Val.
out, right?
Terrica
no,
walked out.
Terrica
but-
just walked
Walked
out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Then
Terrica.
Then went to
Terrica
Val
just
that was
walked out.
down.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Val
And
that
they
was
put
down.
they put the bug in their pocket so that it didn't see Val. The second Val.
When we walk out, I'm assuming that Severance he would fall into step beside Severance
Yeah.
if Severance didn't try to kind of guide him.
I'm trying to.
But as soon as they are out and as soon as the door closes,
Yep.
Val Sue turns and looks for the first time, kind of raising his gaze to match Severance's, and he says, "All the titles that you call yourself, I don't believe in any of them. I only have one for you, and it's brother. And I have always believed in you."
At this moment, Val Sue starts looking pale and sweating and looking a bit ill, actually. Like, as he says this thing about you are his brother, there's a shallowness to his breath. He looks feverish. He doesn't look well at all.
Where is he, out in the hallway at this point, or are
Mhm.
they?
Y'all are out in
Okay,
the
so
hallway.
Terrica can see this.
Yeah, we're all in the hallway and the door's closed.
Mhm.
Quint made sure the door closed behind them.
Terrica will look up from prone Val to Sue Val, and then they will, like, they're gonna have that moment of like click realization of like, oh, things are not right because of like he is not supposed to be in physical form, and oh my god,
Certainly not this long.
yeah, definitely not this long. And they're
Val
going
looks
to
ill. That's just gonna make our story even more convincing. That's all I have to say. It's just,
so much more convincing. Well, the bug is already in the pocket, unfortunately. But they're
we
going to
can
say
edit the footage.
Should be
to,
moving.
to-
We should be moving. Let's go.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Val,
yeah.
no matter how he looks, is saying we need to go.
Terrica is going to be
go.
trying to pick Val up, and then they're going to look
Val?
at Quint and be like,
Oh,
"Help!"
yep. I got the
Val?
suit.
Val, you need to go to the surface. There is something inside of you that is bleeding, and it needs to be taken out, and you need to go to the surface to get it taken out. You can feel there's like a piece of you that it's not supposed to be there. and you can't get into the suit. You can't find Val. You're stuck, and the only way to get it, it's hurting you right now. It's too much.
Well, then at that moment, when they're walking, I'm assuming down the hallway, stumbling, whatever, dragging everybody that they need, the Harlock helping, the Val Sue manifestation, looking the way that it does as you described, would turn back to Severance and say, "You need to take us home."
We're going to the gambler, yes?
No. You need to take us home.
Terrica will look over at the two of them and say, Drinax,
Yes.
I think Drinax is... That's Sue. I think Drinax is messing something up somehow. It's not supposed to be that way.
All right. Which? Okay, we gotta explain this.
I'm dragging the suit.
I sort of stopped, but then
And Terrica's just gonna
But now
keep
I'm like-
once we get into the
Yeah.
elevator, just
Val, you wake up. You're in the elevator. You're in the suit. Sue collapses. Still physical, but cannot. It's too much. This is a lot of energy. It's too much. It is. Sue's not doing well.
I've got
You
him.
wake up.
He'll bend down and in the suit,
Oh.
pick up
Oh,
himself, basically.
Yeah.
And Val, with the shield still down in the mask, tears pouring out of his eyes, rimmed red, he would look at each of them, including Quint. Thank you.
always.
this is Sue? Is it pointing to the other one?
I think and Terrica will look at the Harlock and they'll be like, did something, and then he became corporeal, and I'm not sure how to undo it, but I think Drinax has to.
Okay.
Uh,
All right, then let's
Drinax
get
is
to
real.
Drinax. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
And the
As I
elevator
assume we're
doors.
still, yeah.
Yeah. You it is pretty trivial for you to get back to your ship.
Yeah. Are there
And
two guards
because
waiting
it's-
there?
They're actually now.
We've
Quite
got
a-
a squad, don't we?
They didn't have them before, but now you do because Rax sent them to watch the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As the admiral of the Navy, the Drinaxian Navy, it's trivial if you're to get permission to leave the palace. Nobody else
Right.
is able to leave
We
their
should
ships.
probably leave a tip for Sir Lord Rax before we go. There's some evidence, mayhaps, in that suite that would be
Do
better
you?
to be handled tonight before someone else catches wind of an engagement.
Well,
Did you? Are you telling me or are you telling Severance?
I'm just saying, out of character for
Oh.
people who have
Well, then,
Lord
yeah,
Rax's
yeah,
number.
you should.
have a recording.
Yeah, and I can edit that real quick if you want. I can just.
Maybe we I think maybe on the way down,
I have a computer.
yeah, Terrica would hand the bug over to Quint and
Oh,
say,
computer. Boop, boop, boop.
would you
Yep.
make sure that it's just the right recording?
Own it.
Are we taking the Coal Gambler down, or are we taking the Vespertine,
stealth
the little
shuttle.
fighter, the stealth shuttle? Yeah.
Yeah, the Vespertine's on Thebes. We gave that ship away. This would be
Oh,
the
sorry.
stealth ship.
I'm thinking the
Yeah.
stealth shuttle.
Gave
Yeah.
that ship
yeah.
away?
Yeah, because they needed a ship to get up and.
Uh-huh.
no, the Vespertine is.
Oh.
Oh, that's right, because it's.
Because that was
the,
my ship. That was my
Yeah.
Imperial
Yeah, yeah,
Scout
yeah,
ship.
yeah,
It was
yeah,
the
yeah.
Yeah,
Vespertine.
yeah.
Yeah, and then
I
there was
keep
the
It's
other
like
calling
Camel and
the,
Viper.
the little
Yeah,
It's
the
the
Camel
Camel
Viper. The
Viper.
Viper.
That's right. That's
That was
right.
the Viper, and then we have
Yeah.
the.
Like, we don't have
Yeah.
the Vespertine. It
I
won't
keep thinking
fit
the
on the
Vespertine was-
Gambler.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
too
Yep.
big. It's
You can take the Viper though. Absolutely.
Okay,
that
let's
might be
take the Viper.
best. Because then it looks like,
Yeah.
yeah.
And as you get into the Viper, this small crew, you fly out of the palace towards the planet of Drinax. I'm going to need a piloting roll from Terrica and a survival roll from Severance.
Very well.
I
Intellect.
think Terrica. This is this is small craft, right? Not spacecraft.
It is.
I can
Small
do
craft.
the small craft piloting if you want. That's my proficiency.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I mean, Terrica has small craft. It's
Okay.
It's not a character sheet problem.
Okay.
I do think is that, but they need Quint to do the editing and edit. They can't edit and fly at the same time.
Honestly, I just gotta chop off the end a bit.
What have I done?
So-
I've done an 11.
Thank you.
I think Terrica would fly, but I think they look really nervous about it.
Roll your piloting. Okay. You're lucky. As you fly, you begin to fly into the atmosphere. And as you fly underneath the clouds, it is chaos. There are only and completely massive storms, electrical storms. It is buffeting. This is not any kind of
Sick.
healthy, safe, or safe thing. But Severance knows the currents, knows the way the storms and the winds move on this planet.
Kill the thrusters, use the gliders.
Got it.
Air brakes to full.
Touched.
Good.
Flaps up, down,
Up.
up,
Down. You'll figure it out.
done. I think as they like keep going and Severance keeps like here, no, catch that, and we see the fear that Terrica had at the beginning of the journey, all of the tightness start to just fall off of their shoulders as they sink into their seat.
And Severance does not take you, that survival roll was important, does not take you to the strange compound where the Vexpexers live, in the ruins of the old city. It takes you far off a different place. And there, in the darkness, you land. And you land by a small tree that is alive. A tree that Severance found a long time ago. Next to that tree is a small pond.
It's
Water.
green.
It's bigger. There's life here.
No one knows of this spot. We'll be fine here.
Severance.
Yes.
There's something here that wasn't here before. An opening that leads deep into the surface of the inside, down below the surface of the planet, like a cave opening, perhaps. And that's when Terrica opens their mouth, their brooch glowing. And Terrica, looking at you all with sort of slightly green eyes, looks to very specifically Severance, but to all of you, and says,
You've made it.
What?
Oh.
Sent
What
you
do you
to
want
you.
me to say?
DM.
I don't see it.
It's in the green room. Put it in the other one.
Wrong one.
Ready?
Welcome home.
Welcome home. That's it. That's our episode for tonight. All right, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Nuts.
you. Yeah.
We got new pirates aboard.
New
pirates.
pirates!
That's right.
You do.
At such
They-
affordable rates.
It's such affordable. Don't worry about that. It's such
They're not being
affordable rate.
They are really good for. They can do boarding. If you're good at board ships, they can help with the boarding.
Isn't that handy?
Tax.
They're going to be very helpful for that.
Yes, I'm very excited
yeah.
because we got rid of those kids because now we're not a taxi service and now we're going to be a pirate ship. And I'm excited for that.
So this was our episode, everybody. You have arrived in the place that Severance found as a small child that has grown, and there is this opening down deep into the core of the planet, and Terrica's brooch glows, and the words of Drinax come through their mouth. I don't know how they feel about it, but let's go around and say who we are, where we can find you next,
about that later.
and then give some love as we wrap this up for next week.
Greg goes first.
Greg goes first.
Greg goes first.
Greg has to turn off only the young as he's listening to Journey. So, hi everybody, my name's Greg, Warp Reactor over on YouTube. If you fancy, if you're not sick of me, go on over to YouTube, go to Warp Reactor, and I do a lot of sci-fi reaction videos, have a lot of fun. Just started Vox Machina, which is a really good first 2 episodes. I haven't hit the 3rd one yet, but just jump over there, friends. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. Yeah. My love for this episode, I usually say everybody, and everybody it still is, but my special super secret double probation love goes to Cord, because my buddy who I have played with for many, many a moon never ceases to amaze me. And when put on the spot, no warning, buddy, I need you to do something. Cord responds
In game.
Yes.
It wasn't. Not,
Right,
there was no
right.
DM. I was in game.
No DM. This is all straight up.
Hey.
And you know what? This was probably the most selfish thing I've done in this game yet, and that's saying something.
Aw, thank you.
Because watching Cord cook, as you all have just seen, is a thing of motherfucking beauty. And it was, you know what? When you absolutely, positively need to silver-tongued devil a room full of motherfuckers, except no substitute. It is Cord. You send Cord in, the job gets done, you get some incredible fucking moments out of it, and you can sit back and say, this is awesome. And that's what I did tonight, and I think it was fucking fantastic because my buddy never, I fucking challenge you to go back and find a VOD where my man does not come through with this shit. So friends, as always, chat, you are absolutely wonderful. I read absolutely everything that's coming through here. You all never cease to amaze me with how invested you are, how kind you are, how supportive you are, and how fucking funny you are too. Don't think I'm sitting here reading some shit that comes by and I'm like, you fucking people. And so I love you all. And that's all I have to say because I got to jump. But my love to each and every one of the faces you see and each and every one of the names that you read in chat. Thank you all so much. And I will see you all next week.
Hey, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cord. Cord, I'm going to just note, we are now on Severance's home. And I know you
Yay.
have quite a few points of
We made it.
survival, and you will need it, actually. It's not great to be here if you don't have survival.
Mhm.
What would
I had my
say?
headphones off for a second, and I came back with Ival, and I thought you said something about the Bible, and I was like, I don't have that. And then you
No,
said
no,
survival. And I was like, okay.
Survival.
Perfect.
But who are you? Where can we find you next? And give some love.
Hi, everyone. It's me, Cord, or Mythomatic. You'll find me here next week because I'm not really streaming right now. It's super busy season. I've been bartending all summer and just, saving up, which is good. But then haven't really had time to stream. So it's been good to be like, you know what, focusing on money, which is great. But I will get back to streaming probably in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, you can find me on twitch.tv/mythematic. And yeah, and other places as well. But anyway, I'm probably going to do foraging. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it was a lot of fun tonight. Tonight was great. I had no idea what I was doing. There's very, like, I didn't really know what I was doing until probably around the break. When he was like, when Ruby was just going to leave us, I was like, oh, I probably can't talk to this guy, but I can talk to the other guys. And then then everything started to fall into place. Oh, wait, we have 2 seats. We just got rid of those kids. We can now fill them with actual pirates. So
Yeah.
I thought that was exciting, and that's when I was like, okay, wait, I got an idea. So anyway, it was terrifying. The whole episode, I was like, every time I had to like go, like the whole knock part, me going, I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. And then me still knocking, going, I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm doing. And then me going, I'm Duke from the Imperium. I still have no idea what I'm doing. What are we doing? And it was like last week where I was talking about where we all were like waiting for any instruction in game for, hey, how are we going to take care of the situation? And it didn't happen. It was that, but like cranked up to 11 again tonight. So, but I'm happy with what happened. I think I may have overstepped on the threatening Ruby part, but we'll see what happens. Nemesis are cool. Like, just add another enemy to my list of. I've got Marymore. I've got now this guy from Asim. I mean, whatever. It's like, yeah, it's not gonna matter. But my love tonight goes to everyone. You were all amazing and great. It was wonderful to have the support through through the scene because I was terrified. I also forgot my ADD meds, so I was like, had to like really like try with all of my mind to be like,
Yeah.
What is happening right now? I am so distracted. What is going on? But I was able to, and with the support of all of you, thank you for helping me. And Greg playing 2 characters was really cool. That was really, there was definitely a subtle change in the 2 of them, and it's really cool to see that even through, like, one seems a bit younger, and we don't get to see that from Greg, but we heard it and we watched it from Greg, and that was just really cool to see. So, and like, then when one collapsed, the other one came up. It was 2 different characters, but still in the realm of the same character. It was awesome. It was really cool to see. So just, it was nuts. And yeah, I don't know. I blacked out. I don't even know. I've got to go watch the VOD because I don't really remember what happened. That's me.
Oh, thank you, Cord. By the way, one of the ways in which Val got so much work done on Sue was that when he was not, I mean, when he went to sleep, he became Sue, and then also did the work. He just kept being awake. Yeah, he didn't always know it. Yeah, a lot of those things that Sue was doing was actually Val, but Val didn't know it. When he would go to sleep, he would wake up in Sue's body and just do work. They have a very close relationship. Anyhow, speaking of close relationships, Ari, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love.
Hello, I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me here on Fridays. You can find me live in Seattle at Unexpected Productions. I taken a little bit of October off, except for here, because there's all sorts of interesting, spooky, Halloween-y things that I want to do. So,
That's awesome.
Thank you. I'm very excited. There's a couple of real fun shows and events happening here in the Seattle area, and unfortunately, that means that like there goes Saturday nights. But love. Okay, so I did the thing again. I wrote down things that people said that really were very delightful for me. Cord, when you had Severance say, I don't do well with dramatics. Like, it was just this, like, I was like, this is like the dad moment where he's like, no, all of you stop talking. We're going to get there, but we're going to have silence in this car until
Yeah.
we get to our destination. We are all going to be, it was beautiful.
I don't like drama, so I'm going to ignore it. Like,
Yeah. And
but
then
this is
jump
what's
in,
happening.
like,
Nope, I don't want. Don't tattle. I don't want to deal with it.
That whole like convincing of the guard scene was just beautiful. I am so glad Severance was there because so glad you were there. Anyway,
Terrifying.
there were a couple of moments for you too, Quint, but like the whole texting back and forth. The one Lindy that I pulled out was nobody listens to me except you and Wesley. And I was like, oh, it was.
It's not a lie.
It's not a lie. It's not a lie.
Because they're a spy, I'm telling you.
I mean, Terrica knows this though. It's
Well,
not
not very good at it. Not very good spy.
Well,
They said.
or a
Spy.
very, very good spy.
Still a spy. And we're supposed to believe the X part.
Mhm.
I mean, well, Terrica's biased. Anyway,
Speaking of
They
X,
are.
let's see. Oh, well, Greg isn't here, but when he said, when
I forget that
Val
guy.
said, "I don't believe in Marrymore, I believe in you," to Severance, that was the moment I wrote down. I was like, this is we have seen like since the very beginning, since Val walked in on Severance,
Yep.
like having killed the
right?
pirate queen,
Yeah,
and
Yep.
he's like, "Great, so we're gonna clean this up, right?" Like,
yeah.
Yep.
He's always been
they've-
broy.
yeah, he's always been your bro. And that
Yeah.
was just such a beautiful moment, which we then saw like mirrored again at the end of the episode with the like, "You're my brother," and it was just
Yeah.
all right.
Chills.
Should have been
I
here,
didn't even-
Greg.
didn't even
You
think
could
of
have
that.
heard that.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know.
Yeah.
And Trooper-
As Sue was collapsing, right? Like Sue's breaking down and not.
Yeah, like right in front of everybody. Oof. Trooper, when you had June, Val's mom, say, "He's not in you, I am," I was like, yeah, it was just such a like, it's the sentence that is so short and says so much all at the same time. Like, June, I think, is what Terrica sees in Val.
Mhm.
They know Ruby exists in Val, but what they see is June.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
anyway, beautiful, beautiful lines tonight. You all are fucking fantastic to play with. Chat, thank you for crossing your fingers for me. I was really kind of worried. I was actually very worried that Terrica would make it out of this because I'm not willing to like compromise on the fact that they feel and react out of emotion. And I'm like, that's bad in this scenario, especially
Well.
knowing the things I know about their adrenaline now. It's not good. So thank you for crossing your fingers with me. You all are amazing. I cannot wait to see you next Friday.
You did name drop Terrica, which did stop you from being shot, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, well,
Nice.
yeah.
You can't kill the
That-
target, you know what I mean?
Yep, that's what I figured. That's also, I think, what
That's
Terrica
what
knew
they
in that
say.
moment.
Don't shoot
Terrica
the
was
target.
like, you're going to end Project Terrica with this if you do this business.
And they're like, oh, we should just talk to the boss, because they didn't want to. Oh. But speaking of people who are bosses, and
Ayo.
might have some, you might need to axe some people next week.
I thought I was gonna
but
have to
also,
this week.
I was
Was it-
excited. I was ready for you to.
I was excited. I was. I'm
yeah.
glad, but disappointed that I didn't
Right.
get to axe any mooks this week.
I was
Oh.
very ready to just kill everybody in that room, and then not me, but just watch you all do it. And then, but it didn't happen.
Kill everybody and then be
I
like,
was like,
"It
oh, you
was
want me to
all
be there?"
Self-defense.
Yeah.
It was
I
terrible.
don't know if you want me to be there for this.
Terrica
good
just
that you're-
covers the thing. Like,
Yeah.
no
We
reason.
don't have the bug. We just don't show it ever. Delete footage.
I'm
Done.
just
Ooh.
Oh, yeah,
gonna
true.
note you're on the surface of Drinax, which is a very dangerous place. So it is good
Well,
that you're
I've got
there.
an X.
That's true. Yeah.
Very dangerous place.
I gotta chop down this tree.
I can do that. I could
Oh.
molecularly sever this tree from the surface
Oh.
of Drinax.
No, bad news bears.
It's just showing off the axe. Just, hey guys, watch
Just
this.
like,
It separates things on a
It's so
molecular
cool.
level, like butter.
And we're like, ah!
All of
Bones,
this.
wood, butter.
Yeah.
Whoosh.
Terrica
Severance
channeling
also gets
Drinax.
bisected at the same time, like a voodoo, some sort of voodoo tree. Yeah.
Terrica drops like a marionette. Just.
It is a
be
that
fine.
tree is a severance is
3
very
PK.
important
Solsex
to that
sends its
tree.
regards. Ah,
Yeah.
no, I'm kidding.
Oh, ooh. Yeah. That severance is very important to that tree. So
Sorry, I said a funny
Lindy.
line. I was worried no one heard it. I said tree PK.
Oh, I heard it.
I just wanted to make sure.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't hear
thank
that.
you,
That's
thank you. I
fabulous.
didn't hear that. I really appreciate you reiterating it. I would have
Thank
been
you.
I
so
love it.
sad to lose it.
Thank you so much.
tree PK.
I literally, I'm
Happy
being
joy.
serious. Like, yeah, being serious.
They Zanzibar, they do have their vac suits because they went in the ship, and that ship actually needs their drop ship shuttle. You need a vac suit in that one, so they're good for that because there's a lot of radiation. Anyhow, Lindy, who are you? Where can we find you? And give some
Hi.
love.
It's me, Laugh Love Lindy. You can find me online as such, but let me give my love first. My love,
With a fever.
Oof.
You're doing this with a fever, by the way. You were here
yeah,
doing
I
this with a
didn't have
fever.
one.
You
Like,
have a
Fever again, Stu?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I was
couldn't even
sick. I
tell.
got better. My husband got sick, and now he's starting to get better, but I'm starting to-
Oh, how dare he?
I started to get really
I know,
coughing
right?
last night,
Oh,
and I was like,
gee.
oh, that's weird. But I checked this morning, and I had no fever. I do now. It's
So,
Oh,
so you gave it to him.
no.
It
no.
it
I think I had something
transformed,
different. I think
and
he
then
got
he
something
gave you
from
something
work.
new.
I think he
Okay.
got something from work because it's coworkers, spouses, and things have things like that. And people work. I mean, they go to hospitals all the time.
Just
but
stop
that
hanging
helps.
out with people. Like if
I know.
everyone, don't go hang out with people. That's
Yeah,
why
don't
we have
go
the
to
internet
work.
now.
Especially if
Become
you
a
work
hermit.
medical. You're around sick people
we
all
have
the time.
Zoom now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does
my
Zoom
husband can
exist?
totally do his job over Zoom. That'd be great.
Right.
He's a
doesn't have
helicopter
backup
pilot.
stuff.
It's cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He can do that. You can do that remotely. They have drones now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah,
That'll
get an
totally
Xbox.
work.
Yeah.
So we've
So
solved this for
anyways,
you. Next
Boy,
challenge.
So I
yeah,
think-
get a Logitech remote. Those are really helpful.
because usually you don't get the same thing twice exactly. So I
Right.
think it got something else. Woo. Anyways, my love, first we'll go to Rocket. She wasn't here for very long,
Oh.
but I loved.
She had the best cameo. That's my love.
Yeah.
Best cameo,
Yes.
Rocket.
She had the best cameo. I just loved it. Yeah, I just liked the attitude she had and her reactions. I thought it was great. I just loved the sauciness, and then
Yeah.
also me just kind of being like, "Come on, the Harlock, you watch unconscious fell in the hallway. Great, love that. That works.
Yeah.
So even
I'm
you
gonna
know,
set
I
up this
was,
cardboard cutout. to
I,
watch
I
this.
loved toting around cardboard cutout Rocket with me all night long. I thought that was great.
Yes.
Greg, I'm gonna be a little selfish here and be like, I liked it when he even was grateful to Quint at the end. He's like, is this one of your friends,
Yes, of
Mel? He's like,
course.
no. That was also great. But then at the end was like, yeah, thank you guys for helping, even you, Quint. He didn't say it like that, but I could get the vibe that was there, and I was like, oh, I'm touched. Quint's touched. I know Greg. It's great. Love for Severance. I just love it whenever he goes into a room and rambles. That brings me such joy.
Thank you.
I also
Me
just
too.
loved telling, well, you stop him, and I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to stop him? Like, I can't control the ship at all. I can't say ship doors close and lock. Like, what am I supposed to
You
do?
do it.
I loved that. I'm like, well, you stop him. And I'm like, text is blocked. That checks out. No one listens to me. I loved that little
It
interaction.
was so good.
was so
And
good.
I loved again Terrica getting a text and be like, oh yeah, we can text, and then being like, we have the technology. Yeah, it's. I know not all of us have been. Maybe some of us are more used to our psionics than others, but I'm still
Right.
like, we can text, yo.
Yeah.
Like, why don't we just phone call, text? Maybe
They're
I
like
haven't been
super
psionic
high
in-
tech. Just
Yeah, I haven't been doing that. I should totally start like dad texting.
You
You,
should.
oh my god, please dad
Absolutely.
text.
Yeah.
Please
Yeah.
dad text.
Like,
I
they're
want
not-
this so bad.
No one's
dot, dot,
listening to
dot.
me. Please text Val, and then you did, and then it
I'll
worked.
just put an ellipses on
more.
everything and then like
Whatever.
figure out a couple emojis and only use them inappropriately at the wrong
Only
time.
use inappropriate. Everything's
Yeah.
got eggplants.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But eggplant means like thumbs up.
Yeah.
Is
yeah,
like
yeah,
his
exactly.
like
Yeah.
thumbs
That's
up.
That's right. Thumbs up. Yep.
Eggplant.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Should we do this?
so-
Eggplant.
Eggplant.
Okay.
Love it. So that's my love for
KYS
just
means kiss
Terrica.
yourself.
It's the ... Just so many
The
dot
dot.
dots. Like staying. Oh wait. Oh, more ... Oh wait, nothing. Oh, more
That was
dots.
giving me anxiety. Just imagining that in this scene, I was like,
Oh, it was terrible, which is
Are
why I
they-
loved it.
are they texting? Are they or not? Are they? Is it a ... or is it the
I
dot
also-
icon?
Yeah, no, it's the ...
That was just the like.
Yeah.
And then it's disappearing. Okay, they're not. Okay. It was great.
And I
loved
love
it.
how successful you hid
Thank
the
you.
flechette pistol with the bloodied darts
Yes.
in that couch. That's gonna look real suspicious, especially since there's an assassin with a big old sniper rifle, I'm assuming, right nearby that was killed by said darts. That's so strange. That's so weird.
Isn't
Wow.
that weird?
That's so
Yeah.
bizarre. So
Also,
bizarre.
now Terrica owes you a flechette pistol.
You owe me a flechette pistol. It's okay. Hey, if it gets this guy put away, that's great. You know, I'm helping, hoping, fingers crossed. And of course, Trooper. My love for you is your pot staring. I loved the mooks. The mooks were so wishy-washy.
Love them.
But also like really scared that it brought me joy. And also just Ruby being terrible and the absolute worst.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
You
you
make
played him
us
very
just want
well.
to kill him so bad.
good.
I wanted
Yeah.
to walk. I
Yeah.
just wanted to like go, okay, door lock. Because that's all I'd have to do with my axe. Because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
again, it's a static axe.
Yeah.
I don't have to put any much force behind
It just does it.
Just lightsaber cut through this door,
Yeah.
and then be like, "Sup, motherfucker! Chop, 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 chop."
I was
Oh,
thinking
it's
of
all
doing it.
self-defense.
I was like, he's gonna open that door and it's gonna be. Oops.
axe.
Oh,
Oops.
Hey,
Oh,
you killed
oh,
before.
look what happened.
You've
Well-
killed before.
And now there's no guards. I probably could have. I mean, like honestly, that would have been.
Yeah, but
But I didn't.
then
We-
what would have
we
been?
absolutely
what would
could
have
have.
meant for
Yeah,
us?
what
Well, we
would've-
just have to
what
stab
would Ben have
Terrica
done,
once
really?
with
Yeah.
something. No, we just shoot Terrica with the flechette pistol once, and then say that
Yeah.
Mm.
he
Terrica's
attacked
been shot
Terrica.
before.
Yeah.
No, wait, they haven't been
don't-
shot before.
Well,
Have they
it's
been shot before?
the flechette pistol isn't that
The
bad. You'd
whole
be fine.
framing situation hasn't been in detail to Severance.
No, Terrica
No.
is really bad at telling anybody their plans.
Okay,
this
great.
This is not
Yeah.
a good.
Yeah.
So it's
they're
like,
they're
as
not
much as
great
I-
at
Yeah,
that.
that's
As much
bad.
as I'm like, ooh, I really want to, because I was about to be
But
like,
yeah, if we want
by
to
the-
make it extra framey, we just have to shoot Terrica with that flechette pistol once, and then hide the bloody darts
Yeah.
somewhere in the apartment, and then, oh no, he's dead, but he shot Terrica first. Just defended
What?
as the body. Oh no,
Well,
it would have been very
well-
tragic, but it didn't happen. So,
Yep.
but yeah, you'd survive the flechette pistol shot. It's not that bad. It's minor damage.
it's a
all
flechette
things.
wound.
It's
Oh,
just a
perfect.
flechette wound. Yeah.
Oh.
So thank you, Trooper, for making all the NPCs delightful and terrible. And you can find me online, Laugh Love Lindy. No More Good Society. We wrapped that up Wednesday night. We're done with our reading
Ooh.
between the lines. But every other week, you can find me on my channel for Dungeons and Dragons and Critical Role's Call of the Netherdeep campaign. We're deep in the Nethers and speedrunning them a little bit. Accidentally, apparently. We're just choosing like the most
Facts.
direct route on accident. And the GM's like, could you like pick a offshoot or something? We're like, this is like a fucking maze. I don't know where we're going. We're just picking directions. So it's kind of beautiful. And then on Tuesdays, Ghost of Saltmarsh, where they're on basically, it's like snakes on a plane, but it's spiders on a boat. There's just so many spiders.
Ooh.
So many spiders.
That's
all up
worse
in this
than
boat.
snakes on a plane.
I almost killed people from swarms of spiders because there was just so many of them. But they lived. They're taking a rest now. I'm sure that rest won't be interrupted by anything. And yeah, but like spiders, because there's more on the boat. Spoilers, more spiders.
More spiders.
Have you seen season 2 of Love, Death, and Robots?
No, not season 2 yet.
Well, you should. For
I
no
should.
reason.
Okay, spiders.
No reason.
Ooh. And maybe something called Cthulhu soon. I'm in the works of talking about stuff. Planning things.
Season 3.
Planning things.
Exciting. Exciting.
And I'm troopersjp. Before I say anything, I need to read out the messages from our wonderful donations, our tips to help pay for this wonderful cast. Our first one came in from Stormbender, who's been here all along, is so lovely. Says, a new day dawns for our travelers. What will it hold? Here's to knowing it will be awesome content regardless. Thank you. I hope you found it awesome.
Aw.
500 bits from Hawkeye, who says, the Tagonist return. Will Val rescue Sue from Ruby? Will Terrica rescue Val from Ruby? Will the Harlock rescue Severance from his rank? Will Quint rescue the mask? Will Ruby take his love to town? Will my jokes get worse? Never. 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 We got a wonderful bit of, let me see, some gifted subscriptions. Thank you. And then our very last one came in from Rissa, who gave 200 bits, our mod, with some shamrocks for some love to finish it up. And I'm Trooper SJP. Good Society is done. So for RPGs, you will find me next Friday here for more of the Gamblers. I'll be playing Rain World tomorrow at noon, where I'll just die over and over again, but we'll chat about stuff. So that'll be great. So let me give love. So here's my love. So, and I'll just say things. So Severance is such a dadmiral. Like, it's really true. Severance knew just the right way to walk this line. And Severance was able to get a lot of information out of people that they might not have said otherwise, right? This whole, like, Severance drops information that people don't always know, that, like, basically nobody knows that Ruby is Val's dad. That's a secret. They have different last names and everything, at least here on the Palace. And when you're just like, yeah, we know, and they're like, oh no, like, how much does he know? Like, your Severance does such a good job of throwing people off balance so that they're not really certain what is known and what isn't known, right? And it becomes like, well, wait a minute, like, hold on, right? And then once he throws people off balance, he's able to capitalize on that really well. And please do not forget that I know that you have that war syringe on you. I know it. I know it right now for next week. But I want to give love for the ways in which you were able to, like, shift yourself into this conversation from Ruby to those mooks who, you know, these are people who, Ruby's not very nice. You know what I mean? And you were able to capitalize on.
He wasn't shifting. He wasn't budging. Yeah. So,
but you're like, I don't need to shift him, actually, right? I just need to get him to not freak out, right? Like, to not be too suspicious. And then I'm going to shift everything around him. The way that you were like, okay, I'm not shifting you, but I'll shift everything around you, all of your support, all the things you know. That was brilliant. I loved that so much. It was so good. I want to go and give love to Quint. If Quint hadn't started texting, I don't know what would have happened. Quint was like, I really do not know what would have happened if Quint had not started texting and was like, hold on, let me put people into communication, let me fix this. And if Quint is this, like, this...
Not everything has to be Sonic.
Quint is also a bit of a glue. Like, Quint is invested in certain ways and is able to keep... Sometimes the people spin out on... Sometimes people run off on their own, and then other people are in the middle of trauma and having a meltdown. Some people are not getting a good space, and some people have not told, say, Severance, all this stuff, and so things are all going every which way and becoming chaotic, and Quint's like, no, wait. Hey, where are you? Where are you right now? Let's work this together. And the ways in which Quint was able to basically bring the team together to get all this done was brilliant. Brilliant. Ari, my love to you goes for, there was a lot that happened later, but I just want to say, when your face, when you realize you're like trying to channel and you realize, like, oh, I've not taken on that responsibility yet, or if I ever will. This thing that you've been running from your entire life, the look on your face when you're like, oh, I can make a shield. And I was like, no. And when the look on your face when I talk about the desert, the drop of energy, right? Your face, the way you played Terrica, realizing the enormity of it all. It's good. That was good. And Greg, I just want to give Greg love for playing someone who is so traumatized, but trying and thinks they can't make it, but was trying hard. Like, I can't do this, but maybe my friends can. I have to do something, but I'm afraid. And the ways in which he was able to play that, but then still try. And I want to give him a hug. You know what I mean? And be like, oh, somebody needs to believe in you. You know what I mean? Because, like, oh, it was very good. And I also want to give Rocket, whose computer died in this big, massive crash, much love as well, for being, like, we didn't get along, but when we got over, like, was very good. And, oh, also, Cord, sorry, the way that you guided our very sort of having feelings about flying Terrica through the atmosphere that you know well, but nobody else really knows it very well because it's not, people don't come down here because it's bad. You know what I mean? Like the way that you did that was just beautiful. So I want to say thanks to all of you all for that. And all of my friends, you in the audience, I think we're going to go with I Believe in You as our title. That came from Lindy. And I'm really excited to see how you all transform and at the end of this. So, all of my good friends, thank you for being here, and we will catch you all on the flip side. Bye.